test. 1, 2, 3.
Speak him just close it a little louder.
Hello, test.
There you go. Yeah, more.
Mic check, test. 1, 2. Test. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. We're going to call our meeting to order. Sorry that we're a little bit late. We were having some discussions. Before we start with our committee meeting, I do want to hold a moment of silence in remembrance for the student, Caleb Wilson, the Southern A&M student who passed away in a hazing incident that happened on February 22nd. Please know that to the systems and the families of Caleb, our thoughts and prayers are going out to him. So we're just going to hold a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you. And I also wanted to say a big thanks to Commissioner Reed, who represented the Regents at the Celebration of Life event that was held for Caleb at Southern. She shared official condolences from the Board of Regents and also visited with Caleb's family. Our hearts are with the Wilson family as we continue to mourn the loss of Caleb. His legacy is one of brilliance and kindness. His love of music, leadership, and the dedication to his community have left an indelible mark that will inspire many generations to come. Members, please join me in a moment of silence, which we just did, and please continue to keep this family in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you. I've asked our student board member, Kennedy Orr, who is the SGA president at Southern, to share her comments about Caleb and the critical work that is being done for hazing prevention. She's going to speak at our board meeting today. Our board has received and reviewed the state's current hazing laws, and we will discuss these matters shortly. Thank you. Now we will start this morning's committee meeting with the Finance Committee. Members, please remember we are being live streamed, so you'll need to turn on your microphones when you're asked to be recognized, and speak closely and directly into the microphone. Also, our virtual audiences are listening, so make sure you speak clearly that they can hear you, and silence your phones. And Regent Meyer is going to give our report for finances today. He is a NOLA resident, so I would just like to say I'm so glad that he is leading this discussion today. This is some very important topic that we're about to cover, and I'm going to hand it over to Regent Meyer. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and call the Finance Committee to order.
Happy to. Regent David, not here. Regent Meyer.
Present.
Regent Creed.
Here.
Regent Hickson.
Here.
Regent Temple.
Here.
Regent Williams-Brown. Here. LCTCS representative.
Here.
LSU representative.
Here.
Southern System representative. You sure? And UL System representative.
Here.
Great. And we have a quorum.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge at the table before the report is given regarding the transfer of the University of New Orleans from the UL system to the Louisiana State System. I want to acknowledge President Rick Gallo, the UL system president, is at the table in case there's some questions that he wants to talk after the presentation. We also have LSU board member Rico Alvendia from New Orleans as well. So I want to acknowledge them. The first item on the agenda is the transfer of the University of New Orleans from the University of Louisiana System to the Louisiana State System. Members, as you're aware, Speaker DeVilliers and Senate President Henry requested the Board of Regents to conduct a study regarding the potential transfer of UNO from the UL system back to the LSU system. Article 8, Section 5D3 of the Louisiana Constitution outlines that any proposed transfer of any existing higher education institution requires a study by the Board of Regents before the legislature can take action. As you may recall from its founding in 1950, UNO was part of the LSU system. Act 419 of the 2011 regular legislative session transferred it to the UL system. In preparation for this discussion, I was pleased to join our board chair, vice chair, and commissioner for the tours of New Orleans public institutions last week, including a campus visit to the UNO. We got a chance to meet with their administrative team, take a tour, as well as meet with some wonderful students of their system. Ahmad, Brooklyn, we had Ahmad, Brooklyn, we had Joshua, and we had Xavier. Wonderful students there, part of the leadership team, various majors. They had a love for New Orleans. but they also understood UNO's impact on the community as well. So we're going to go ahead and we could turn everything over to Tristan and Elizabeth to give their presentation first.
Great. Thank you very much, Regent. So as Regent Myers said, we will be talking about the transfer of, the potential transfer of the University of New Orleans from the UL system back to the LSU system. So as he noted, last month, Chair Cordell received a letter from House Speaker DeVilliers and Senate President Henry requesting that the Board of Regents study and provide recommendations as per our constitutional powers prescribed in Article 8 regarding the feasibility of creating a new or merging an existing institution. The legislature may only act after receiving this study, so the Board of Regents quickly, but diligently as always, worked with the UL system to gather the necessary data and information pertaining to UNO's academic and fiscal situation. It is that study that we bring to you here today, of which we will be requesting your approval. Quick overview of UNO's history highlights that it was founded in 1956, initially as LSU New Orleans, and becoming UNO in 1974. As we know, Hurricane Katrina devastated New Orleans in 2005, and UNO suffered tremendous damage, resulting in steep enrollment declines and other financial issues. In 2010, the legislature tasked the Board of Regents with studying the higher education environment within Greater New Orleans. And subsequently, the legislature passed Act 419, moving UNO from LSU to the UL system. The next few slides discuss the academic trends related to UNO, and I'll pass it over to Tristan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly tell kind of the story from an academic viewpoint of the way that this has unfolded really over the last 20 years. So you can see here on the FTE chart, so this is talking about full-time enrollment. This is for undergraduates, the equivalent of students enrolled a full 30 hours during an academic year. For graduate students, a full 24 hours. And you can see before Hurricane Katrina, the University of New Orleans had an FTE of roughly 14,000 full-time equivalent students. Of course, during the disruption of caused by the hurricane, that was very significantly changed. And despite the fact that the university actually got back up and going very, very quickly, considering all of the massive disruption, their FTE that year was really cut in half, down to a little bit less than 8,000. As you can see, after Hurricane Katrina, they did bounce back some, and so for several years the enrollment was relatively consistent, but at a new lower level than it had been in the past. So you can see a little bit less than 10,000 FTE students up until right around 2011, and then from there on out you can see a steady decline in overall FTE enrollment, bringing us up to today. On the next slide, you can see this, the way that that's broken down. Of course, UNO is a research institution, has a full array of bachelor's, master's, and doctoral level programs. And so I wanted to make sure that you can see that the decline is not limited to any particular area. It is just across the full spectrum of their programs. You can see that the blue bars are their undergraduate headcount. And you can see a very similar picture that during Hurricane Katrina that cut in half, and then a bounce back up until sort of around 2011, and then again a sort of a relatively steady decline. Same true in their graduate programs. Dual enrollment is the exception. That initially back in the early 2000s, really dual enrollment all across the state was a relatively small enterprise. At UNO, you can see that enrollment start to pick up in the early 20-teens, and now is around 1,000 students or so enrolled in their dual enrollment program. From a catchment area perspective, so the top 5 contributing parishes has not changed at all over the last 20 years. Not even the order has changed over the last 20 years, but really all of them have seen a steady decline, and Orleans and Jefferson parishes have both seen probably a steeper decline than the others. But in many ways, the catchment area of those students who go to UNO has really remained, from a proportional perspective, unchanged over this time period. Last thing I'll talk about is staffing levels. And so you can see here the staffing levels for the UNO instructional faculty, broken out by tenure track, not tenure track, and part-time. And again, you can see that gradually over the years, the staffing level has declined in many ways, as you might imagine, in response to the decline in overall student enrollment. And then on the next slide, this is the staffing levels by FTE. Just to be clear, the staffing levels includes all of the people who are employed by the University of New Orleans. So it may include graduate students, contractors, all kinds of folk who are generally speaking working for the overall University of New Orleans enterprise. And so you can see that may well be reflected in various different ups and downs in the staffing levels. But this is straight from the state's employment database that holds that official information. So with that, I'll hand back to Elizabeth, who can take us through the finances.
Thank you, Tristan. So UNO's fiscal position is one that no institution wants to face. And the issues that have led to its financial woes are ones that all of our institutions grapple with. At present, UNO is working with a potential $30 million shortfall. The factors that have contributed to UNO's funding gap is the decreasing of state support over time, declining enrollment and subsequent decline in tuition and fees, contractual obligations as related to their bookstore, grounds and facilities maintenance and dining services, as well as athletics and deferred maintenance. So this graph quickly highlights what their actual budget needs are and the authority they received over time through appropriations to what their actual expenditures were. Most recently, you can see how the gap has widened. And last fiscal year, UNO actually needed, or was budgeted costs were about $106 million. But they only expended about $91 million, as that was the actual cash they had on hand. So that what this means is that the budgeted needs, however, they still remain, and that has pushed them further into arrears. So this graph, as you are very much aware, higher education is approximately underfunded by $750 million. So our institutions have to make up those dollars through tuition and fees, which is the blue points on this graph. Prior to fiscal 2012, state support was over 50% of our institution's budgets, and at its highest, it was closer to 70%. Within the past 13 years, that amount has quickly flipped, and now tuition and fees average about 60 to 65% of our school's total operating budget, and that's for all of our institutions across the state. While state support, however, hovers around 30%, and again, that's for all of our institutions across the state. So this means that our institutions and our systems are tremendously reliant on enrollment, and if there are any declines, even what might be considered minimal, it can be detrimental to their budget. This slide shows how catastrophic changes in tuition and fees collections can be when developing an operating budget for the university, inclusive of all of their academic needs, their auxiliary services, and their athletics. So you can see here that tuition and fees for UNO is less than 45% of their total budget, or about $65 million. For our institutions, as I said, it really needs to be closer to 70% in order for them to work comfortably. State support for UNO is 18%, or about $34 million. Their other budget drivers are gifts and contracts, which is inclusive of private foundations, funding, and contractual dollars. But I also want to note that the federal funding for them is mostly Pell Grant support, as reflected here. And auxiliary dollars as well, combined with the Pell Grant support, make up about 15% of their budget. So the support that UNO receives from the bookstore, the dorms, the dining services, excluding athletics, isn't really a financial driver for them. Athletics. Athletics is a tremendous cost for all of our institutions, and is only exacerbated with the NIL and the NCAA mandates put forth in recent years. These were actions that none of our schools were fully prepared for, and have led to tremendous tightening of belts across all of our institutions. You can see that the rise in athletic costs is just tremendous, with scholarships increasing over 100% within the past 5 years for UNO. I want to say again that UNO is not alone in working through this challenge, as all of our institutions with athletic programs are likely facing similar hardships. Everyone enjoys a good game, but sometimes for our schools, these costs can be prohibitive. I feel like I need to pause here in case there are any questions. Okay. So we made some summary observations during this process. First and foremost, change doesn't always make things better, but neither is the status quo. It is a vision of the leadership that must express this vision and maintain it across all campus initiatives that is critical to the success of any university. Focus must remain on both excellence, but also while optimizing resources, whether that be with collaborating with other systems to serve other academic needs, or recognizing that a building just is no longer needed on the campus. These are hard decisions that each of our universities face. These are hard decisions that each of our university chancellors, system presidents, campus leadership are making, and they're making them within an arguably volatile financial environment when it comes to both state support and tuition and fees. Our institutions have done tremendous work and have been extremely efficient with their resources, but it does require a level of expertise and quick thinking. The Board of Regents is recommending the following actions. First and foremost, the establishment of a transition team to help guide this process forward. Second, collaboration across both systems and engaging campus leadership at UNO. They know their school, and that expertise is important to the conversation. We're also suggesting a rigorous third-party analysis of all of the finances, academics, and facilities on the campus. This in-depth review will help provide the information necessary for a successful transition. And the benchmarks should be data-driven with regular reporting to ensure that all things remain optimal moving forward. All of this must be in compliance with accreditation standards. The Board of Regents supports this transition and are at the ready to provide any additional resources as needed. With that, senior staff recommends approval of the study and its recommendations as it pertains to the transfer of the University of New Orleans from the University of Louisiana System back to the Louisiana State University System.
So members, you've heard the presentation put together by staff. We appreciate the hard work that went into putting this report together in such a short period of time. I'm going to open the floor for any questions or discussions, or we can, if President Gallo, you or Rico want to make any comments first. You want to, okay. So we'll open up the floor for any discussions, any questions. Sure.
Thank you, Regents. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to begin by saying that comments about concerns with athletics and their costs are not applicable to all the systems. LSU, we are perfectly placed to deal with the changes in the NCAA regulation rules as well as the new climate. I want to thank you for the recommendation.
It's not,
Can't hear.
the microphone's not working. It's not working.
I'm sorry, Dr. Little. Thank you. I'm sorry. For some reason, the microphone isn't working at the LSU station.
There you go.
But we just recently received this information, and our administration is diligently reviewing it. We are looking for ways to make it work. We want to recognize the historical relationship between the University of New Orleans and LSU, and we're very interested in making it work going forward. Obviously, there's a lot of details that need to be worked out. There are a lot of challenges there, but I'm very confident that we'll come to the right result and in the right ways. So thank you very, very much, and go Tigers.
Thank you for your comments from LSU. Regent Hickson.
Regent Meyer, my question was, and I'm not against the transfer. I just worry that when you look at the shortfall, you're taking the shortfall from one area and transferring it to the other. You know, from a business perspective, which this is a business, my worry is the shortfall in the plan to eliminate the shortfall and make the institution whole. And I don't think the answer is to close the institution. I want to see I'm going to say, rather than UNO, I'm going to pronounce it the way that I want to pronounce it, the University of New Orleans, which I think is much more pertinent to say than the UNO. A lot of people around the world don't know what UNO is, but they would understand the University of New Orleans. And so I think it's a great institution. I want to see it succeed, but I also want to see that that a huge deficit, there has to be a plan to overcome this, and it may not be the Board of Regents' responsibility. But I worry just transferring it from one area to another is not a solution to the concern, not a solution to the problem. We're transferring it to a different group of people. But I just want to see it succeed, and what that looks like is going to be a challenge.
I want to say that
Thank you. Hello?
Yeah.
When you see that UNO has gone from 15,000 students in 2010 to 6,000 students in 2024, I hope that due diligence is taken by LSU, and because I don't see the president of LSU here today, but advocating for this, and haven't heard of that. That school, UNO, is in deep trouble. The report was excellent. I was able to read it all on yesterday, as much as I could. This was addressed in 2010, and it looks like the report in Chim said that a committee called the Greater New Orleans Higher Education Coordinating Authority should be established. And that was back in 2010, and it looks like we're just, a mouse chasing on the wheel, because that was 15 years ago. That should have been done, and I don't know why it wasn't, to coordinate all these issues in New Orleans. You have Delgado has, in 2010, Delgado had 6,000 students. In 2024, they have 25,000. So SUNO in 2010 had 2,000 students. In 2024, 1,750. So these are numbers that I hope LSU deep dives into before they take on this burden, and I hope that there has to be additional funding to LSU to take on this, if they do. The tough decisions have to be made when a university has dropped from 15,000 students to 6,000 students. So I just hope that this pursuit is done with due diligence. But my question is, so we have a major private university in New Orleans, so they're not, they're kind of immune from politics. Has Tulane ever expressed interest in taking over UNO?
Not to my knowledge, Regent, prior. I have not heard any conversation about that. I do want to say I appreciate your reflection back and the time that you spent reading the report, all of you. Obviously, when we think about this work, we don't think about it, I'm so happy we have so many New Orleans folks here, we don't think about it just as an institution, but a driver of an economy and prosperity. And so I think that is the higher calling of the conversation today. How do we ensure the strongest, most robust economy, prosperity, and opportunity for the people of the New Orleans region? That was the question in 2010. The discussion there and the research question was, is there a way to bring the institutions of the region together to form sort of a powerhouse of a talent development machine, if you will, for New Orleans? The question before us today was, where does UNO best sit, and should we return it back to its home management board of LSU? So two different research questions, but still the same quest for using our institutions in service to greatness for communities. So I just wanted to make sure that. But to your specific question, I have not had any conversation or had anyone approach me about Tulane in this discussion.
Regent Glazer?
Yes. Is there any way we can add to this study? Are there any other universities in New Orleans that can supply the education what UNO was doing? And you know, it's a hard decision we're gonna have to make, but I can't see putting good money on bad. If another university can do it, if we have to close the doors, we close the doors, but another university within the New Orleans area can handle it.
So certainly part of the recommendations that we have is for there to be a full, and this is part of the sort of the third-party assessment, a full understanding of the fiscal, the academic, and facility offerings that the University of New Orleans has, what the assets that they have are. The university has and continues to have several very prominent, nationally recognized programs. They are, for instance, from a cyber security perspective, recognized by by Homeland Security and by the Department of Defense as being a campus of excellence for cybersecurity. They similarly have a very prominent jazz program, which has had a long-standing international reputation from the hospitality programs perspective. I'm sure I don't need to persuade you that New Orleans is a unique place when it comes to hospitality, and the program that they have in place is nationally recognized. And certainly from a maritime perspective, they have a particularly unique program in maritime engineering. So the assets, those are only four, but the assets that the institutions have are somewhat unique. There are other programs too, but certainly those are part of what will have to go into this assessment. The educational landscape in New Orleans, I think, is actually particularly complicated. There are 13 public and independent private universities and colleges in the New Orleans regional labor market area, and that doesn't even count, all kinds of other proprietary institutions that clearly offer all kinds of different kinds of educational experiences. So all of that, I think, will have to be taken into account as the new vision for the University of New Orleans is drawn up, but clearly needs to be the case as we move forward.
It's important to know, region members, that this is just a first step. This is a first step in the process. There's work that needs to be done based on the recommendations that staff has presented. I want to put on a record, for instance, we have an establishment of a transition team. I want to make sure that transition team includes, New Orleans business leaders, people invested in the community, because they know the majors at UNO. They know what drives the economy there. And so because we're vague here, it doesn't mean that we can't make sure, and I'm looking at Rico because he's from New Orleans, he understands, it's important that the transition team has a strong makeup, not just from academics and financial. That's important. So I want to plead to the legislature, whoever's doing this transition team, put this together, and from the schools, that's important. I also want to state the leadership of UNO, I think, is in good hands. I'm just going to be frank and put that on the record. I think the leadership of UNO is in good hands right now, and often the person that does the dirty work is not rewarded. They do the dirty work. They're making the cuts, and it gets ugly on campus, but they're not rewarded. So I also want to say that publicly as well. We need to consider that when we're in the process of this transition. Regent Aubrey.
Just for my benefit, I see the staff recommendations, but it's not as direct or succinct as I'm trying to extrapolate. You're recommending that we do move forward as the regents with a transfer process that would include those recommendations. Is that what you or senior staff are recommending?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if that is the case, we identified all of the characteristics about UNO and their fiscal health and their challenges and their enrollment.
Yes, sir.
We didn't have a discussion about the receiving institution of their system and whether its strength, its health, how they would appreciate it, a letter of support, how it would align. Where did that happen? Additionally, I do see the letter that acknowledges they are in support of this process, but I guess what I'm saying is we want them, and if when we get them, this is what we can do to help them with these challenges. And that's, I think it's positive, I think it's responsive, but I think this is a more of a governmental type reading. Like I said, I certainly support what the chair just said. I'm a member of the New Orleans Business Council, GNO Inc., New Orleans Chamber. I hadn't seen anybody talk to the business community about this. And as you know, the regent for that particular congressional district, I mean, I would think that someone would convene them to have that kind of discussion as a part of this. Not only is that enrollment, we talk about how Katrina is impacted, and we know, New Orleans, when there are 500,000 people, they still haven't fully recovered. But if New Orleans population, that's where the majority of the population is student, we see that decline in enrollment, where are they going to get the love and where are they going to get the support? Poor UNO, okay, Katrina, all these things have happened, but who's saying, if we could help them, this is what we can do. Yeah, we can give them a little money here. LSU is a balance sheet. Well, show us. And that's kind of what I'm looking for as a part of this process. I don't need to be going to more transition. I mean, get it. That's got to happen anyway, transition team. But what does the future look like?
I think I'll let our colleagues speak.
If I could just make a comment, being one of the Board of Supervisors members from New Orleans. Look, New Orleans, let me speak personally. UNO University of New Orleans has a warm spot in our hearts. I actually attended UNO a couple of semesters in my academic journey. And I'll tell you that LSU as well. They have some great programs there. I have 3 brothers that attended engineering school there, and they're doing very well. They're doing great things for the community right now on the education they receive there. That's a nationally recognized program, and I think that carries for all of the programs that were coming from UNO. So personally, I would like to see that university succeed. I'll echo what Supervisor Starnes said, is that this is relatively new information. We are analyzing it. We appreciate all the hard work that's been done. And Remy, I think you agree that we want to see the University of New Orleans succeed. And if LSU can be part of that equation, then we welcome that. I think there's some hard work that needs to be done, some further analysis, but we all want to see UNO and New Orleans succeed. You're right, the businesses are tied to that area. going to school there, you went and ate around the area, you stayed around the area, you lived around the area. So it's very important to the Board of Supervisors to continue this analysis. Remy, I'll pass it over to you if you want to add some more to that.
I will. Thank y'all very much. And of course, Rico is exactly right. New Orleans is a city of global significance. The university presence there is absolutely vital. And LSU, we're a 64 parish operation, 64 parish reach. When I say that, people think I'm talking about maybe some rural northeastern, north central Louisiana parishes, which I am, but it also means Orleans Parish too. It means that we are very heavily invested in making sure higher education in Louisiana is the very best it can be for the students, for the communities, for the businesses. We know economic development is a gigantic piece of higher education, and like I said earlier, and I think Rico said it just now, we're looking for ways to make this work, not for a problem. Sure, there has to be funding pieces, but it's more than just funding. There has to be a reimagining of a relationship, and all those details will be determined. And my good friend, Regent Pryor, was questioning the commitment. I'm here. And we are in full support of the recommendations, and we would look forward to working with the regents, the legislature, the office of the governor, and the community in New Orleans, the University of New Orleans, and the Board of Supervisors for the UL system, and every other entity that we need to work with to make this work.
Absolutely. And Regent Martin, and that's exactly what I guess I was looking to hear is we're talking about UNO, and we understand, and respectfully, I do support. They need some help, and I'm looking forward to our quarterly financials on the other institution that we're supposed to be getting. So I know we're coming up on that real soon for the Finance Committee, so that we don't have the other institutions to be put in this predicament. So. Glad to hear that from LSU, and I would like just a little information on what does the timeline as we establish and if this proves and moves forward, when would this be effective?
Yeah, so after from your action today, then this report would then be provided to the legislature. It is ultimately the legislature's action which would allow this transition to happen. When this happened back in 2011-12, the legislation itself was contingent on approval by SAC-COC, the accreditor. So work will have to happen with SAC-COC to undertake what's called a substantive change to then apply to tell them about a change in governance, a change in ownership. The timeline for that would then be that those papers are due to SAC-COC by, I believe, September the 1st, which would then allow SAC-COC to make a decision by the end of the calendar year, so by the end of 2025 at the December meeting.
So there's potential this could happen in the middle of a fiscal year?
It could. That's right. Now, that may be complicated and have all kinds of other, but from an accreditation perspective, that is possible, and that was sort of the timeline that happened when it was done back in 2011-12.
So the official change can't happen until SAC's accredits.
That's correct.
So the legislature approved it.
So the legislature approved in SAC's, and so the existing leadership will be navigating through the substantive change process under the UL system. That continues.
So the way that the substantive change process happens is actually going to be a bit of both. Because actually from SAC's perspective, the materials that they need to have in place are materials from the receiving governing board to establish that they have the requisite all of the things that they need to have to be able to receive the institution. So clearly there are materials that would need to be provided by the existing management board, but there are also materials that would need to be provided by the receiving governing board as well.
So you're suggesting that SACS, equally to your concern, will hold the receiving institution accountable to certain standards
Yes,
to
ma'am.
make certain that they are positioned to absorb, ingest, and serve the students.
They will, yes.
That's what we're suggesting.
As a follow-up to that, Regent Sterling, University of New Orleans is going through their SACS reaccreditation process right now. So the SACS accreditors will be on campus, I believe, next week. So they would have as real-time a snapshot of the current structure and leadership that they would use and combine with the receiving institution. So at least they will have an up-to-date from the institution as it is today.
So I guess we're anticipating potentially findings related to the current.
I would not venture so far as to say I know how they will land on that. I know that the off-site, and of course the accreditation process begins with an off-site committee that will indicate certain things that rise to the level of concern, but the on-site committee ultimately makes the decision on whether or not there is a complete reaffirmation of their accreditation, or if there are other measures that and this transition could very well play a part in that. We don't know, but the one thing we do know is that they will be there to make the assessment, and that will be helpful if the transfer is approved by the legislature.
Let me just make some comments as it relates to some of the other pieces. To Regent Meyer's comment, and certainly credit to our chair, going to UNO and visiting that campus in light of this decision was, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But to visit with those students and to see such bright, talented individuals, a New Orleans kid with a 34 on his ACT who chose to stay in New Orleans, chose UNO. They were great students. However, I'm going to suggest to those of you who are past UNO grads, those students are not your past students. Those are not your grandmother's grandfather students. When we talk about people choosing New Orleans and the essence of New Orleans, these children chose a new vision for New Orleans and have a very different idealistic idea of the culture and the direction and what they see in New Orleans. And so as we potentially make this recommendation and support the transition, I wholeheartedly support Regent Arbery's comments of there was a lovely, beautiful plan 20 years ago, post-Katrina, of this vision, of this transformational idea. And we find ourselves here. And so the transition team, the composition of that, and keeping our finger on the pulse for there being some accountability going forward to what is the reimagine, what is the transformation for those children and those communities and to our businesses that we serve, because this is a recommendation. And so our recommendations, and as I've read the wonderful report that Regents did, but it's not a plan. And so what we will be looking for in our accountability is, what is the plan? And where is the accountability for the plan? And our holding ourselves accountable for the transformational role that we believe higher ed plays in people's lives that has not happened in New Orleans.
Regent Sterling, if I may. Within the report, part of what we are providing as a recommendation is that after that full analysis is complete, that quarterly reports are provided and status updates are provided to the legislature so that there is a pulse at every step. I know that definitely will make Regent Aubrey pleased to hear.
Yeah,
as
another
well.
report, another report to read.
That's right, another report to
Yeah.
read, but it will have dollar signs, Regent
Yeah,
Aubrey, so.
but this is, but that one deals with, it's the facilities, finances, and academic programs. But, you know, LSU is on fire. Every campus in their system enrollment is skyrocketing.
Yes, sir.
Double digits.
Yes, sir.
They're on the move. And so we're going to get, and I don't want to, this beloved University of New Orleans campus that's going through some challenges, I'll say it that way. And we're going to recommend Hendon to care. And I'm glad to hear them on record say that we support that. What I'm saying as a regent for that congressional district and that territory, I want to know that you're going to care, but at some point, how does it fit into your system goals, this reimagine, all of this momentum of LSU?
Sure.
We just don't want to hand them off and, you know, to say that system, you couldn't do it and you didn't manage it well and now y'all going to do. No, we want to give it the love, the support. Maybe a part of the legislative recommendation that we try to help give them some money. Maybe that's a part of our legislative agenda, that we give them some transitional dollars. I don't know. But we need to really be intentional about our efforts to show this University of New Orleans that they matter, because there are a lot of families, there are a lot of graduates, there are a lot of students who are there who depend on us to make a decision, not based on politics, but based on what the workforce needs of this state.
Thank you, Regent Aubrey. Regent Glazer. Are there any? Regent Reeves.
Yes, I just wanted to say when the analysis is continued, I think what would be really helpful is that it's not, I mean, and I think I'm hearing this, that it's not just specific to UNO. The challenge I have with the report is we certainly, showcase the challenges, but I would love to see the legislature receive something that outlines how it will affect each system. What does it mean to the system that it no longer is part of, and what does it do? Because the concern I have, like everyone, is what is the potential impact on LSU in terms of taking resources from where it's flourishing and moving them to support another system. And that was just a disconnect that I felt in the report. So that's my challenge with just supporting it, especially like Regent Aubrey said, not really seeing if there was a support from the system that it may go to. So I would recommend that you follow through that full analysis of how it affects both systems.
Thank you, Regent Reeves. Regent Shamia.
Do we know, you said the leadership at UNO is fantastic. Do we know where they stand? Do we have a representative from UNO?
Well, I guess that would be me, Doctor.
Yeah.
And my apologies, I didn't introduce myself earlier. Rick Gallo, President, University of Louisiana System. President Kathy Johnson started 2 months before I did. So she started in November of 2023. I began this role in January of 2024. And I can tell you the last year has been focused very heavily, which is probably why you've read a lot about it over the last few months, that we have been very intentional about trying to fix University of New Orleans. The current situation is not one, as you could see from the trend lines, is not one that happened overnight, and certainly we had no false expectation that we would fix it overnight. But I do think that the structure and the condition of the institution, if the legislation goes through and it is transferred, it will certainly be in better shape at transfer than it was when I came in January of last year. And I can't really speak to, I'm not going to speak to what happened before. I think the data speaks for for itself. But let's face it, there were certain corrections in budget, in workforce, in processes that should have evolved as the new reality of the enrollment numbers and demographic makeup of the student body of today versus before. And so again, these are all, and fortunately or unfortunately, my first meeting before Board of Regents 8 years ago was as the new president of an institution that was on fiscal watch, right? And so I will tell you, and to Regent Glacier's question, it's not broken beyond repair, all right? And it is not at the brink of closure. So I want to be very, very clear about that. There is still so much life left in the University of New Orleans, and it will do well in the future, whether it remains with us or transfers to LSU. And so it is fixable, it is correctable. These are hard decisions that have to be made. And again, I've got battle scars to show from doing it, but it can be done, and we will ensure that whenever this transfer does take place, assuming that the legislature does pass the legislation, it will be better off at that transition than I found it, for sure.
Thank you, President Gallo.
Mr. Chair, look, I really appreciate your comments. I appreciate your comments about it will be in better shape, because those are things that we need to know that I didn't know. And so, and then whoever takes it on, I know that you mentioned, several have mentioned that I think it's, I want to make sure that I'm on record. I think it's viable. I think it needs to be there. I just think there needs to be, after a trend, like you said, we looked at the data, you look at trends, at some point you have to look at the trend and go, okay, the sizing as it stands right now, it needs to be right-sized, and then the sizing may change based on enrollment. So as enrollment goes up in the future, the sizing of the institution will go back up with it. So, and you're right, those are going to be very difficult decisions to make. It is necessary to make those decisions for it to be a viable institution going forward. So, but anyway, I really appreciate your comments and you saying that.
Thank you. And to that point, Regent Hickson, I hope it's not lost on anyone who's in the room or perhaps watching it on live stream that all of higher ed is currently underfunded by almost $1 billion. I mean, what I remember about math, you round that, it is close to $1 billion that we're underfunding all of higher ed, and so that is something that I think we as a state, should make a priority. And this is sort of full circle for me, because I was in the legislature and actually voted for the transfer when it went from LSU to the University of Louisiana System. But also, when I went to the legislature, the state was funding about 65% of all of higher ed funding. And so I think if we want to be competitive, and certainly with all of the positive momentum we've seen with tax reform and other matters that the Landry administration has been very proactive in bringing, I think we have to seize this moment to fund our institutions at a level that they will be sustainable. So that would be my ask of all of you to keep that in mind as we're going forward in this transition, not just for this one institution, but for them all.
President Gallo, Supervisor Starnes, Supervisor Alvendia, thank you for your insightful discussion and what you brought to the table. Thank you, Regents, for your questions. I think they're all important in our next step. Is there a motion to approve the study and its recommendations? That's what's on the floor now.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Regent Creed, a second by Regent Hickson to approve the transfer of the UNO from the UL system to the LSU system. Any questions or discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. This report will now be transmitted to the legislature for consideration during the 2025 regular legislative session. Moving on to item 4, the fiscal year 2025-2026 executive budget overview. Last month, Governor Landry issued his proposed FY26 executive operating budget, which includes standstill funding and no substantial cuts for higher education. It is always good to start the legislative process without budget cuts and work to add funding from there. Ms. Bentley Smith will now share an overview of the FY26 executive budget, which was presented to the Joint Legislative Committee on the budget. This item is for informational purposes only. Please proceed.
Thank you, Regent Meir. So I just wanted to provide a quick overview of the governor's executive budget, which was presented to the legislature last month in February. As you know, the governor pressed for a standstill executive budget, which is exactly what we got. It's reflected on the slide as is. There were a couple of adjustments that I wanted to make note of. LSU First, which is LSU's health insurance program, received an increase, as did the Patriot Scholars Program, which is now at $6 million, and supports our National Guardsmen toward reaching their educational goals. It's really taken off, and we're very supportive of that initiative. There's also an inflation increase for the Cancer Center in Shreveport that's due to some legislation that was passed during the 2019 session. The decreases that you'll see are reflect the non-recurring adjustments. It's a traditional practice by the division to remove any one-time legislative adjustments during the budget development process. There was also a TOPS adjustment, which is reflective of the declining enrollment in the program, and you'll hear of some potential legislation during the legislative committee on ways that we can combat that decline. We also received some reductions to mandated costs, which is reflective of the savings received of about $9 million from previous UAL payments. And then the final adjustment is specific to the Board of Regents. It reflects Governor Landry's request to find efficiencies within our agencies. So that is, at present, our standstill budget.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any questions? Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 5, review and approval of the FY 25-26 preliminary funding recommendations. Annually, no later than March 31st, the Board of Regents is required to submit to the House and Senate Committees on Education, the Senate Finance Committee, and the House Appropriations Committee the formula created and adopted by the Board for funding institutions of post-secondary education in the ensuing year. The formula submission is based on funds recommended for higher education in the governor's executive budget. As discussed at our last board meeting, since the budget is a standstill budget, the new formula was not run. However, should I say when we successfully receive additional dollars during the legislative session, then the formula will be run at that time. Ms. Bentley Smith, please proceed with your presentation.
I appreciate those comments, Regent Meir, and your positive winning attitude as a regent here on our committee. So, as you so eloquently put, we are requesting approval of the fiscal year 26 funding allocation. It meets our statutory requirement of providing the legislature with this information by March 31st. This slide simply puts our formula information as presented. As you noted, Regent Meir, we are in a standstill budget, therefore the formula was not run. I wanted to provide this information should we receive any additional formula funding, and clearly Regent Meir will be working diligently on our behalf for that during the legislative session. So with that, the state general fund allocation for our systems is as follows. As you can see here, the adjustments for our systems are primarily due to the non-recurs that I noted earlier. And the Board of Regents funding is inclusive of LUMCON and LOSFA. And the scholarships within LOSFA are about $250 million of that preliminary distribution. So with that, senior staff recommends approval of the preliminary funding distribution in accordance with the formula methodology to be shared with the legislature as required by statute. The board will continue advocating for increased funding during the legislative process.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the fiscal year 25-26 preliminary funding recommendation?
Motion to approve, and also, like our finance chair, look forward to additional funding so we can run this formula.
Thank you for putting that on record.
We have a motion by Regent Hickson, a second by Regent Creed to approve the preliminary funding recommendations for 25-26. Any questions or discussion?
Only question I have is, and yeah, I'm optimistic we'll figure out how to find some additional dollars. But what is the number that's going to trigger it? How much money? You know, for the lawyers and those who are finance gurus, how much would trigger, how much of an increase would trigger, okay, yes, we need to run it?
If I recall correctly, you asked the same question at our previous meeting.
For the record.
Because you asked if we received $1, if we would run the formula. That is certainly a discussion. Should we receive any additional funding, we provide each of you with that information, and the decision will be made at that time.
Okay.
Dr. Reed, do you have any other?
Yeah, let me
follow-on
just
comments?
say that our chair has been working hard with the fiscal, the chairs of the money committees, if I can share with that, Madam Chair, and has said, we want to run the formula. She has shared with them a spreadsheet of how much money and what it looks like, right? So we know, correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, that if we get at a minimum $5 million, we are at a place where we don't have any negative impact on any system.
That is correct. Okay.
5 million is not enough, but 5 million would make sure that everyone is standstill, because you see the budget, the inflation continues even if the budget stands still.
Right.
We've looked at 50 million, we've looked at 100 million, we've looked at our historic high, 150 million. So we know what would happen in any of those scenarios. So what the chair has been doing is saying to the governor, legislators, everyone, we need more money, and here's what it looks like at the minimum and at the maximum. Please help. What was it, Governor McKithen? Won't you help me? Won't you help me? Right? So that's the conversation we're having, to your point. And so far, everyone has said, you know what, higher ed's important, we want to help, but let's see what happens with the Constitution Amendment. Let's see what happens with revenue estimating. Let's see what happens. So there's a lot of moving parts, but we're certainly advocating. And Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to add more to that.
But one of the requests that I got from legislators also is that the funding formula was so very complicated and hard for them to understand. So that's been the message that I brought to the legislators when I go in and shamelessly ask for money. You want us to make the formula simple? You want us to run it? We need the dollars to do it, and it's that simple. So that's what we're going to keep advocating for, and I encourage all of our board members to do the same.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, is there a motion? I mean, is all in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposition? Ayes have it. The motion passes. Is there any other business to come before the Finance Committee?
Yes, sir, there is. I would like to take this moment to introduce the new Associate Commissioner for Budget and Administration here for the Board of Regents, Chris Henry. So I just wanted to take this time to introduce him.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chris. Would you like to say a few words?
I'll say a few words. This has definitely been a whirlwind of almost 3 months now, and lots to take in, but it's definitely an exciting time and lots of new stuff to learn. But I'm eager to keep going and figure this out along with y'all.
Are you from Louisiana?
Yes, sir. From Winsboro. Graduated from Louisiana Tech and LSU.
Well, nice to meet you.
So I'll make
You
one
said the
quick,
right thing right
I'll
there.
make one quick brag around Chris. So he came from the legislature, was very well regarded, and the first meeting we had with Commissioner Barra, of course, Patrick and Taylor mentored him as a young professional into this. So he is well positioned to assist us and has a lot of finance folks who are cheering him on, and all of them sent recommendations and letters and then said, did we go too far on the recommendation? I'm like, no, not at all, not at all. Just answer his call when he calls you, right? So, and the answer is yes. Whatever the question, the answer is yes. So thank you, Chris, for joining the team.
Just a little pressure there.
We love when the North Louisiana guys come on.
That's right. That's right. Like I told him, Regent Nauber, you would appreciate.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome aboard. Is there a motion to adjourn the Finance Committee? A motion by Regent Creed, second by Regent Williams-Brown. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
All right, next up is the Audit Committee. Regent Williams-Brown, please call your committee to order.
I'd like to call the Audit Committee to order. Ms. Bentley Smith, will you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am, happy to. Regent Williams-Brown? Here. Regent Creed?
Here.
Regent David? Regent Finley?
Here.
Regent Hickson?
Here.
Regent Shemaya?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Next up is item 3, the internal audit presentation. We'll hear updates on the internal audits for LUMCON and the Board of Regents Agency Human Resources. Ms. Bentley Smith, please proceed.
Thank you, Regent Williams-Brown. I'd like to turn it over to our esteemed colleagues from Eisner-Amper, Kristen Bork.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time this morning. As was mentioned, our agenda today is going to include the overview of our results from our LUMCON daily vessel rate audit, and then an update on our audit currently in progress of the human resources function. Okay, beginning with our LUMCON audit results, we wanted to include a bit of a background. Many of you may be familiar with this already, but for those who are not, LUMCON operates a fleet of research vessels, the largest of these being the Pelican. And LUMCON has been in a cooperative agreement with the National Science Foundation, or NSF, since 2018, which supports the operations of the Pelican. In 2023, a team from NSF conducted a business systems review of the administrative business system supporting the Pelican. And through this review, as well as a later financial audit, questions arose related to the calculation of the daily vessel rate. So the vessel rate, daily rate, is the estimated cost to operate the vessel per day, which is used for invoicing for vessel usage. It was explained that due to the vessel daily rate questions, as well as some other observations from the BSR conducted by NSF, drawdown requests to NSF for funding were paused. These circumstances led this area to be included in our annual internal audit plan. We do want to note, though, that over the course of our procedures, management from LUMCON and Regents continued working with NSF, and by the conclusion of our procedures, funding had been resumed. So based on the results of a preliminary risk assessment we conducted in discussions with management, the scope of our procedures included the process and documentation of the daily rate calculation and the LUMCON's progress towards remediation of the observations that were identified by NSF during that business system review. To complete our procedures, we obtained and analyzed available policies and procedures. We conducted interviews and walkthroughs of relevant processes. We reviewed the latest ship operations annual report, which included daily rate calculations for the last 2 years. We performed limited scope testing of invoices and calculations that were calculated using the daily rate. And then we assessed the progress that has been made towards remediation of the NSF observations. So through the performance of our procedures, we identified 2 observations that were determined to be of moderate risk to the organization. We've included here on this slide our risk rating definitions for your review. So the first of these observations was that the NSF approval of the daily rate in the annual budget and that annual report was not documented and retained. The second was that a formal internal review process of the annual report and rate calculations was not defined or documented. Additionally, there was no defined process for retention and maintenance of the annual report and the calculations. So a couple of weeks ago, we were able to meet with LUMCON and Regents management to discuss the results of our procedures. We have recently received their responses agreeing with our observations and recommendations and their remediation plans, which included a plan for documentation and retention of NSF's approval of their calculations in their annual report, as well as a plan for internal review of the report as it's compiled, and the retention of that as well. Any questions related to this audit and our results? Okay.
Thank you.
Hearing none. We'll quickly touch on just a status update of our audit of the human resources function that's currently in progress. As of March 17th, when these slides were submitted, our team has obtained and reviewed applicable policies and procedures. We've conducted initial interviews and walkthroughs, as well as some follow-up as well. And then we've also have begun and completed a first round of our testing. Our next steps will be to complete that testing, provide our draft report of observations to management. We'll meet with them, discuss what our results are, and then we'll finalize and present those results to the audit committee. Any other questions related to our status, overall status? Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kristen. Members, this was just for our information only. Is there any other business to come before the committee?
Yes, ma'am, there is. I have another introduction I'd like to make, if you don't mind. Switching seats real quickly. And you have a name, Amanda. So I'd like to take this moment to introduce our new Associate Commissioner for Finance and Compliance, Amanda Kane. One of the things that she loves to tell me is that she hates budgets, but she loves accounting. So I said, great, join the team. So I just wanted to take this moment to make sure that we also introduced this newest member to our team as well.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Welcome to our new CPA and Associate Commissioner of Finance and
Excuse me, Madam
Compliance,
Chair.
Amanda. We're glad to have you here. Would you like to make a few comments?
That's what I was going to ask her.
Okay, I'm
Actually, I was
sorry.
going to follow up as Regent Aubrey and ask you, where are you from?
Opelousas.
All right.
All right.
Parish.
And that's the right response for Regent Finley.
I hear it.
No wonder she was interested. Huh?
That's right.
That was a coincidence.
Yeah.
David, we still ahead. Don't worry about it.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very excited to work for the Board of Regents. I've been working for the state of Louisiana for over 21 years. 5 of those years has been for parish government, St. Landry Parish, and 17 years with 2 institutions, LSU Eunice and Central Louisiana Technical Community College.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
I'll add another brag. So, our process is when we recruit other people's staff, we contact them first and say, we're recruiting your staff. And so I will let you know that the chancellor said, I'm going to try to match your offer, but I want you to know if she says yes to you, this is the most effective leader, one of the most effective leaders we have on our institution, and she will be greatly missed. So, Amanda, welcome to the Board of Regents. We're delighted to have you.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And another term for that is called poaching.
Yeah, but I do it with a smile.
I like to say we recruit rock stars.
Yeah, that's right.
We're talent developers, Regent Hickson.
That's it.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
One statement. I just want to acknowledge the gentleman that kicked off, obviously he's no longer a regent, but the gentleman that kicked off the audit committee in the first place was the former Regent Seal, and he was the audit czar. So just want to make sure we acknowledge that we did not have an audit committee, and obviously it plays such a critically important role in what we do. So just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you,
Correct.
Regent Temple.
We have a motion by Regent Hickson. Do I have a second? Second. Any questions? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. We are adjourned.
Next up is Legislative Committee. Regent Temple, will you please call your meeting to order?
I'd like to call the Legislative Committee to order. Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is going to be exciting. So, Ms. Golden Phillips, will you please call the roll, ma'am?
Absolutely. Regent Temple.
Here.
Regent May. Regent Aubrey.
Here.
Regent Finley. Here. Regent Pryor. Regent Reeves. Here. Regent Orr. LCTCS representative. LSU representative. Southern University System representative. Okay. And then UL System representative.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum.
Thank you, thank you. So, we're going to jump straight into item 3, the legislative study reports. Bree, I understand that we have completed all of our reports, right?
Yes, we have.
I know you're very excited about that.
I am.
Please give us an update on the legislative study and the report submitted to the legislature by us as the Board of Regents.
No problem. Good morning, well, good afternoon, everyone. In your board materials, you should see a nice little one-pager that we have. As you all know, we do a lot of legislative reports, a lot of annual reports, 15 of them to be exact. And to date, all 2024 reports have been submitted to the legislature, to their respective committees. Also, one other thing we wanted to note, each legislative session, often more times than not, the legislature will task us with doing some one-time studies and one-time reports. In 2024, we had about 5 of those, and those have been submitted to date. If you look on the back of the page on a QR code, it'll take you straight to our website that has all of the reports. We wanted to save y'all some trouble and some trees, and so you'll see a copy of all the reports on our website. So at this time, we have 0 outstanding reports, and we are up to date.
Congratulations, great job. Thank you for that, Bree. So, Tristan, will you give us an update, sir, on the affordability report? Obviously a critical issue for our students when it comes to accessing their education.
Sir, I'll be happy to do so. Yes, so as part of last year's legislative session, one of the one-time reports, let me speak that into existence, a one-time report, not an ongoing report, was asked for by Senator Mizell, asking for really a full landscape study of all of the different financial aid tools that we have here in the state, and there are many. And so the study that she commissioned asked that we specifically focus on TOPS, Opportunity Honors and Performance, TOPS Tech, as you know, are one of our technical financial aid programs, TOPS Tech Early Start, which is a dual enrollment technical financial aid program, the MJ Foster Promise program, which is our adult financial aid program specifically for high need programs and credentials, Louisiana Go Grant, which is a need-based financial aid program, Go Teach, which is a program that supports folk who are about to become teachers. Clearly we want to have many more teachers, and this is a program that supports that. And then lastly, our National Guard Patriot Scholarship that funds some of the fees for our National Guard. Tuition for National Guards is actually funded by a different fund. So what I want to do is just to go through, the report's about 50 pages, but I want to go through the highlights and let you know kind of the bottom line of what it is that we found and what it is that we're recommending. So we talked a little bit about this today, about the overall picture of really who it is who bears the cost of higher education in the state of Louisiana. And you can see that really across the last 2 decades, who it is that actually bears the price of higher education has switched places. That back in 2000, single digits, largely speaking, the cost of higher education was borne by the state, 70-30, 60-40, something of that order. Today, we are in the other direction, that now overwhelmingly the cost of going to college is borne by tuition, borne by the students, and to a lesser degree to the state. As we look at then the impact of that on from a fiscal perspective, from a financial aid perspective, so actually this is an affordability report that the SREB, the Southern Regional Educational Board, put out just very recently, where they looked at not only Louisiana, but actually all of the southern states, if one includes Delaware, which they do. And what you can see here is that actually the cost, the price of higher education here in the state of Louisiana is felt significantly more keenly than it is in our other southern states. So the little black bar on that chart is the average proportion of a family's income that is required to go to the different kinds of institutions here in Louisiana in comparison with SREB. The little black bar is the SREB average, and the blue bar is our average. And you can see at really every level the proportion of a family's income here in Louisiana that is required to go to a 4-year institution or a 2-year institution is just significantly higher. And so from the perspective of this affordability report, that just really ups the ante on how crucial it is that we actually get financial aid right, because it is the difference between people being able to avail themselves of the education, which we need them to avail themselves, and the difference between that happening and not happening. So a few takeaways. So first of all, from a TOPS perspective, and some members will remember me kind of talking about this when I presented the TOPS report some months ago. Over the years, so from 2016 onwards, the level of funding that comes from TOPS has been frozen. It's been frozen at the 2016-17 level, and so gradually over that time, and you can really see that kind of really since that time, the proportion of people who were eligible for TOPS at every level has gradually declined. So opportunities, performance, and honors, especially at the performance and honors level, the proportion of people who are eligible to receive TOPS and choose to actually take it has gradually declined. What that has resulted in is, of course, people not coming to college here in Louisiana, and actually we did do a very detailed study to see what it is that we can know about where it is that those people go. And what we see is, again, an increasing proportion of those folk who choose not to accept their TOPS, they do go to college, they just go to college somewhere else. They leave the state. And we do, in fact, have the information about exactly which colleges they go to, and all of that. That's certainly contained in the TOPS report. Similarly, when we look at our financial aid tools like TOPS Early Start, so this is dual enrollment, and again, you know very well that we have been trying many different ways to be able to increase the enrollment of students in dual enrollment of all kinds, especially in CTE programs, especially in technical programs. TOPS Early Start provides exactly those funds, but as things currently stand, and it's well articulated in the report, the way in which the structure of the TOPS Tech Early Start program is set out is very complicated. It is pretty onerous to actually be able to create the relationships to be a provider. And so consequently, over time, the number of students and the amount of dollars that are going to support those programs, you can see, has very significantly declined. At its height, it was $1.2 million. It's now a little bit more than 400,000. And at the height, it was supporting about 5,000 students across the state, now only about 1,600. So clearly, we would like to do everything that we can to utilize those resources. It fits so well with all of the things that we're trying to do to really support dual enrollment in general, but CTE in particular. So that's the sort of the bottom line of 7 recommendations that I want to draw your attention to that are then outlined in the report. The first is to really try to align the way that we approach the eligibility for the state's career and technical financial aid programs. All 3 of those, TOPS Tech Early Start, and the MJ Foster program, they currently, all 3 have different lists for which programs are eligible for support. Those lists are created by 3 different processes, 3 different committees, and the committees themselves have 3 different, very different approval processes. That's confusing for you, it's confusing for me to talk about it, it's confusing for anyone to operationalize. Last year, as part of the MJ Foster program, there was legislation to create a body that's actually aligned with the Louisiana Workforce Commission that does the work to decide which programs are eligible for the MJ Foster, the adult technical program, financial aid program. We recommend that we align with that, but that same group should create the list for all three. There shouldn't be three different processes, three different lists. Instead, there should be an aligned set of lists. So that way, no matter how old you are, whether you are a high school student or a high school student who's just graduated or an adult, there is an aligned and targeted list of technical programs to be supported by our financial aid programs. The Go Teach program. So the Go Teach program was created 3-4 years ago, as the name suggests, to specifically support aspirant teachers. It currently is a last dollar scholarship. So what that means is that it provides dollars after all of the other dollars that a student might be eligible to receive have been taken into account. It funds tuition, fees, books, and equipment. What very often happens for these students is that actually once they have received their TOPS and any institutional aid and perhaps their federal financial aid, their Pell, there just is not a dollar left that the Go Teach scholarship is then able to provide. And so our recommendation is, so this Go Teach program is currently very significantly underutilized. Of about the $2.5 million that is set aside for this program, only about half of those dollars are able to be handed out. We would recommend that this program be turned into a restricted first dollar scholarship. So rather than the dollars for their tuition fees and books coming in at the end, instead Go Teach goes in to fill that financial obligation first rather than last. And so there is that recommendation. The third is really a general statement about the competitiveness of TOPS. As we said, the level of support for TOPS currently is frozen at the 2016-17 level. I don't need to persuade you, but prices have increased since 2016-17. And so it is the case, and the dollars, or the data bears it out. We are losing our best and brightest, and that is exactly what TOPS is intended to do, to keep the best and brightest here in the state. And so our recommendation is to be able to utilize at least some of the already allocated dollars in TOPS to provide an increase in that support. That could happen in a variety of different ways, and I know that Bree will certainly talk about some of those ways when she talks about some of the legislation which has already been filed. Our board chair certainly has ideas about how it is that might be used to attract back some of the people that we might otherwise have lost. And so generally ways in which we might be able to utilize those TOPS dollars to keep, retain, or attract back our best and brightest is certainly of a strategic interest to us, as is recognizing new ways that we might be able to allow students to be eligible for TOPS. Again, this body has worked well to try to build in using dual enrollment as a way in which students might be able to show the fact that they are college ready and they are ready for college success. Currently, the way the TOPS is set up is it is all about GPA and ACT. And so ways in which we might be able to now embrace that dual enrollment approach for a student to be able to show their eligibility for TOPS is part of our recommendations. I'm sure, based on the data that I just showed you, I don't need to persuade you that anything that we can do to raise awareness of TOPS Tech Early Start and to streamline and utilize those dollars in more effective ways would be very welcome. We don't believe that requires legislation in the utilization of the dollars. We think that we can do much to actually raise that awareness, so that change in how the list is created would be part of that picture, but not all of the picture. Number 6 is around data. It is currently the case, and I think it became abundantly clear as I was creating this report. I was able to provide data in the report around public institutions, but not around our LACU colleges and universities. They are eligible in in legislation to receive dollars from many of these financial aid instruments, but as things currently stand, they are not obliged to provide data to us about the effective use of those dollars. And clearly, as we move forward, it is strategic for us to be able to have that data. And so we certainly recommend that all institutions that receive state financial aid dollars would be also those who provide data to the Board of Regents for the analysis of the effectiveness of that. And then the last is around really providing the support for the MJ Foster Promise program. Again, members may well remember when I presented the data around the MJ Foster program, it is incredibly powerful to see the impact of that program. Our data is clear that people who go through this program, about 70% of the people who are currently supported by this program are, when they begin, their family income is below, 70% of them are below the ALICE sustainability threshold for a single adult here in the state. When they finish, 70% of them are above that. In fact, on average, their family income increases by $20,000, effectively doubling the financial status of their family. That's a pretty powerful impact. As things currently stand, I think you're well aware, we completely exhausted all of the $10.5 million by the middle of the fall last year. We were able to go back and to gain permission to be able to utilize roughly $7 million from the first year when we were not able to expend all of the dollars. It's already the case that almost all of those dollars have been exhausted. This year the program will support roughly 5,000 or so students. So it is a tremendously impactful program. We are recommending to the legislature that the current $10.5 million is doubled to $21 million. Again, I don't need to persuade you. I think the impact of those $21 million. And Bree will talk about this in general, and I will be here certainly to answer questions, but it is already the case that at least 4 of these recommendations are part of newly proposed legislation in the coming session. As I said, not all of these things actually require legislation, but really in many ways the major pieces of legislation, the major recommendations that do in fact require statutory change are in fact already bills, and I'll hand over to Bree who can talk about what those look like after I have recommended that you accept the financial aid report and request that we send it to the legislature.
I have a question for you, Tristan.
Yes, sir.
Over the years, we've heard about the students not using their TOPS increasing. And this week in The Advocate, I still don't see anybody from LSU here. Danny Barrow, LSU's Vice President of Enrollment, said that the number of top Louisiana students who get admitted to LSU but enroll elsewhere has gone down, while the number of in-state freshmen has grown 18%. So is the TOPS cliff we've been talking about, is that, if you look at it specifically, we're talking about non-LSU colleges, right?
Yeah, so this is this is a sort of an across-the-board picture. So the way that this is all playing out, I think we talked about a little bit about the demographics before, that the significant demographic event in the life of Louisiana was Katrina, and the theme of today. So the way in which our demographics look in the state of Louisiana is a little different from everybody else's. Everybody else across the country, 2025, this year, there is a demographic cliff. Everybody else is experiencing a very significant decline in their high school graduating classes, roughly a 10 to 15% decline across the country. Louisiana saw its decline a little earlier because of the fact that the Katrina happened in 2005, and so 18 years later is when you see the impact of that impact on the birth rate. What that means is that everybody else wants Louisiana students. All of the states surrounding us, they all are hurting for high school graduates. They all want to make sure that they have just as we talked about today, the fiscal health of institutions across the country, they all rely on enrollment. And enrollment is not exclusively about high school graduates, but in many of the institutions it is predominantly about high school graduates. So that demographic cliff makes an enormous impact on all of the states around us and actually across the country. So what that then means is that on the one hand, anything that we can do to be able to make sure that Louisiana keeps its best and brightest is of the utmost importance, because everybody else will be hunting them down too. I'm very happy about the fact that LSU has been so successful in the recent past about being able to attract and keep keep Louisiana students here in the state. Certainly other institutions are also trying their best to be able to make that happen. The past may not be a good guide for the future. The reality is that as we move forward with this demographic cliff, other states will in fact be taking steps to make sure, and have done already, to make sure that they can create scholarship dollars, scholarship packages that are able to match what it is that's happening here in Louisiana. And the more that they're able to do that, the less likely, or the more likely it is that people may be attracted to schools elsewhere. And so that's really in many ways what we're trying to say here is, yeah, we want to make sure that students are able to choose the best school that they can to get the education that they want, but we would be delighted if that was here in Louisiana. And because of the fact that currently TOPS dollars are frozen the way that they are, just the buying power of that scholarship has gradually declined over time.
And let me just I think we have a bigger problem, particularly as relate to retaining students. When we were at Delgado this week, we heard from students who are turning down subsidies to go to nursing school, particularly these allied health students, because they don't want to be required to stay here. And so, very surprised that, now in nursing, like with partnerships with LCMC, Ochsner, and others, that we offer these full, stipends for 2 years of commitment to work. And the majority of, so if you think about kind of the leadership of the class who we saw for the programs, said, I'm not taking those scholarships because I don't want to stay here.
Did they say why?
Many, lots of, varied reasons, but it was shocking.
Some of it was due to contracts, so that they would have to sign a contract with one institution, so they didn't want to have to do that. And then some of it was also because other states pay more, and it was significant for them to want to move.
Yeah, certainly not proposing that the changes in TOPS is some magical panacea, but certainly an important piece.
Just a quick question, because you're the math person. When you talked about the percentage of income that is going to school, per school, is that because of the numerator or denominator? Is it because our schools charge more or our families make less?
It actually is a combination of both.
Both,
The reality is that as things currently stand, our tuition is, especially actually in the two-year sector, is considerably higher than our surrounding states. But it is also, as you say, in general, the family income here in Louisiana can be lower than some of our neighboring states too.
So our community college tuition is more than our peers around us?
Yes, very much so. So we've talked about this. The challenge for us having our open enrollment institution pricing people out is a significant challenge for us. And when we disinvested in higher ed, we had over 100% increase in tuition to make up the gap.
Okay.
And so now you see this real challenge of the community colleges really costing a lot more than they really should in our state, if that's the entry point.
Right.
So for us, one of the challenges is, as you know, we've been pushing on MJ Foster, talking about adult scholarships, and that's important for us to have that suite of scholarships. But if we had the financial wherewithal, I'm certain if I presented the data to you, the region's recommendation would be for the state to buy down the cost of tuition, right? So everyone would benefit, not just the 21-year-old adult in high-demand fields, because that's policy-wise, fiscal policy-wise, that's how you get more people to have access.
Yeah, so the recommendation is that the board accept the Louisiana Higher Education Financial Aid Report as requested by the legislature.
So members, you all have heard the recommendations. Is there a motion to accept the Louisiana Higher Education Financial Aid Report? All right, motion made by Regent Reeves, second made by
Finley.
Oh, Regent Finley. All right, any discussion? Any questions? All in favor signify by saying aye. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying nay.
Do this to me.
Right, they're like, hurry. All right, hearing none, motion passes. Thank you both. Moving on to item 4, the authorization to develop the 2025 legislative priorities. Members, the legislative session will be starting in a little over 2 weeks on April 14th, and our staff will be deeply engaged with a number of bills this session. Bree, will you walk us through the 2025 legislative priorities?
Absolutely, and I will make sure to be quick because I feel like I'm standing in between y'all and lunch.
Yes.
So to kick us off, we have a lot going. It's about to be a lot going on this legislative session. Right now, we are in the bill draft request period. So April 1st is the bill draft request deadline. I will say that as an agency, we have submitted all of our bill draft requests to the legislature, and so that will make the pre-file deadline on April 4th. And so right now, we're starting to see our bills get filed, and I'll be discussing a couple of them with some bill numbers that we have. Legislative session is a fiscal session, meaning legislators get 5 regular bills. The rest of them have to make appropriations bills. It starts on April 14th, and then it goes until June the 12th. All right, kicking off legislative priorities, as we all know, and a lot of you have heard from our governor as well as other legislators, and it's been a discussion here, the issue of out-migration, losing our best and our brightest. So one of the legislative priorities that we formed is career office reform. And with that, that is establishing a task force to provide findings and best practices in creating a scalable framework for education to careers, to career services across the state, making sure that we could possibly do some early onset advising with our students. As we all know, when you get into college, and I remember this very clearly, getting to college, we don't know about our options, our career advising options, possibly into our junior or senior years. And so one of the things that we want to look into is starting that a little bit early on so that students know their options, so that we could start keeping them here and finding ways to keep our best and our brightest in the state. Next is something that is near and dear to our Madam Chair, physician shortage and TOPS. This would allow a student who has previously waived their TOPS to then receive an award when attending an in-state medical school. So if a student leaves their TOPS on the table, decides to go back out of state, but wants to come back to an in-state medical program, they would be able to then go back and receive their TOPS. Financial aid alignment, Dr. Denley already spoke to this. It's taking the career and technical related programs, TOPS Tech Early Start, TOPS Tech and MJ Foster, and aligning all of those programs with things identified with the Louisiana Workforce Commission. Dr. Denley also touched on Go Teach, making that a first restricted dollar use for those students who are in approved teacher prep programs. Next is TOPS Tech Early College Credit. This has been filed as HB 70 by Representative Brass, who is one of our dual enrollment champions and also sits on House Education. This would expand the eligibility criteria for TOPS Tech. So currently, right now, TOPS Tech has 2 eligibility criteria. It's a GPA requirement and then an ACT or work keys requirement. This proposal would add a 3rd requirement whereby if a student in high school has already gotten, 9 hours of dual enrollment credit, they would be able to get the 2 out of the 3. So they could either have met the ACT requirement and have the 9 credit hours, or get the GPA requirement and have the 9 credit hours. Next is sponsored programs. As you all know, on the ballot this weekend, and it's been a conversation about the BOR support fund. We currently, as an agency, administer policies and reporting requirements with those public funds, and with the possibility of the support fund going away, what we are proposing is that the management board take on the responsibility of oversight of those policies, reporting requirements, and everything that Board of Regents has set in place, and just making sure that the management boards handle that transparency piece moving forward. Next, with retirement, that's been filed as HB 24 by Representative Bakla, who is also the chairman of House Retirement. When I talked about the one-time reports and studies last year, one of those reports and studies was to create a ORP, optional retirement task force / TRSL, task force, teacher retirement system, and that task force was housed with us. There was a very substantive report that came out on a lot of recommendations, and Rep. Bakala has decided to take that entire report and turn it into a legislative instrument. So he will be moving forward with that, and it talks about changes to optional retirement plans, participation, employer contributions, and a few other things in that bill. Next, and I'm calling this our task force slide. The first task force slide is about task force consolidation. Right now, we have 3 task forces. They're slightly different, but somewhat a little bit the same. We have the Health Works Commission, Nursing Supply and Demand Council, and the Simulation Council. This would realign all of those to merge into one task force and house it within the Health Works Commission. Next is with the HBCU Advisory Council. We're going to do a few things with that. One is going to add on the Chancellor of Southern University, A&M College. As you all know, there was a separation of the system president and the chancellor role, and so we wanted to add that on there. This bill would also provide for student members who sit on that council to have their travel paid for. A lot of the times when students want to participate on these boards that they're asked to sit on, they're not able to because, financial constraints. So we want to make sure that they're able to participate in these task force meetings, also as public servants. And then also it will be calling for an examination of campus safety on HBCU campuses. And then lastly would be some dual enrollment task force cleanup that's already been filed as HB 71 by Representative Brass. Right now, there are two positions on the task force that have been dissolved, Stand for Children and Cable. As you know, Cable has turned into Leaders for Better Louisiana, and so we're just making sure that we appropriately place them in the bill, and then we will also be adding the Education Trust Louisiana into there. And then, of course, there will be some bills of interest. So as I mentioned earlier, legislative session is starting pretty soon, but right now we're in the bill filing phase. I will be monitoring, along with UMA, a lot of the bills that are coming up. Some of the things that we're hearing in the wind, of course, there are possibly some DEI bills that may be filed. There may be some bills on campus free speech, tenure. Definitely there may be a bill that may be filed about the UNO LSU transfer. We're anticipating a bill filed about deferred maintenance and some in that area, and a few other things. So that's just some things I wanted to rattle off. But of course, as the bills drop and the priorities are more cleaned up and developed, I will be talking to you about some higher education bills of interest moving forward. And so there is a senior staff recommendation that granting the commissioner and the board chair authority to finalize the 2025 legislative agenda and act on legislation as needed, with an update to the board at the April 2025 meeting.
Great. So members, you have heard the recommendations. Is there a motion?
For that motion, I'll offer the motion.
Okay, but you know what motion is?
Yeah, to grant the commission the board
Okay, I'm
chair
just
the
making
authority
sure.
to
All right.
finalize the legislative as needed.
All right, Region Aubrey,
Yes,
I'm just
sir.
making sure you got it. All right, okay.
I offer that motion.
Second? Second, Reeves, okay. All right, any discussion, any questions? All in favor of eating, I mean signifying by saying aye. Opposed by saying nay. All right, hearing none, motion passes. Is there any other business? There isn't. Hearing none, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
Motion, we're adjourned.
Yay. All the hangry regents will reconvene at 1:15. Thank you very much.
Hangry.
Okay, all the hangry regents are now happy. So next up is Facilities and Property Committee. Regent Tipple, will you please call your committee to order?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call the Facilities and Property Committee to order. Mr. Herring, will you call the roll, sir?
Yes, sir. Chair May, Vice Chair Temple.
Here.
Regent Aubrey. Here. Regent Glazer. Regent Meir. Here. Regent Reeves. Here. Regent Sterling. Here. LCTCS representative, UL representative, LSU representative, and Southern representative. I believe we're one short of a quorum, Mr. Vice Chair.
Appoint one. Chair can appoint one person, right?
Okay.
There you point, man, yeah.
Appreciate it, Christian.
Yeah, least I could do.
So we're going to jump straight into item 3, the consent agenda, including small capital projects report. Mr. Herring, please proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. This month, we have 7 small capital projects that were approved since the committee last met. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of these. Otherwise, we recommend approval of the consent agenda.
All right. So you've heard we got a motion by Regent Reeves.
Second.
Second by Regent Aubrey. Regent Glazer is back. So Christian, we're kicking you off. But thank you for that one vote. All right. Amazing service. Any discussions, any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Next up is the lease approval for the multifamily housing on LSUA's campus.
Yes,
Please
sir.
proceed.
Again, like Regent Temple mentioned, this is a lease agreement that was submitted on behalf of Louisiana State University, Alexandria, for the purpose of building multifamily housing on their campus. The site of the construction is on the northwest corner of campus on 11.5 acres, which currently is where their golf course is currently located. Excuse me. And this is more of a hybrid project versus a traditional third-party student housing project that we typically receive. In this model, the institution is going to lease the site to a developer, Duran Construction, who will be responsible for building and operating the housing over the term of the lease. The lease term is, the initial term is 50 years with an option to renew for 49 years. And the primary purpose of this project is to spur development in the area. For those of you that are familiar with the LSUA campus, there's not much other than a gas station on the northwest corner between there and the city of Alexandria. So the overarching goal of this is to bring more economic activity and provide amenities to the campus to retain and attract students. As was mentioned earlier, their enrollment has been increasing for the last several semesters, and this project is intended to not only attract additional students but keep them there once they show up. There will be priorities and incentives offered to students to stay in that housing, but again, it will be comprised of students, faculty, and staff, as well as members from the community. The developer is responsible for maintaining the facility over the lease term, and for that reason, they are requesting a waiver from the typical maintenance reserve fund that's established on a traditional third-party project. The reason being, the fund would be set up in-house with LSU, but it would not be able to be accessed until the lease term was up in 50 years. Before that time, the lease agreement requires Duran to substantially renovate or refresh the facilities at the 40th year of the lease term. So we're requesting a waiver of that requirement that's typical to traditional third-party projects. The housing, as you can see, it's 176 two-bedroom units approximately. The institution has plans in place to address campus safety, and LSU APD will patrol the site. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this project. Otherwise, we recommend approval of the lease agreement.
Mr. Chair, I see Dr. Cordell here. I just I went out and toured the site the other day, and Dr. Cordell, I just want to tell you that, first of all, I know this is needed, but over and above that, every target that university set, y'all have exceeded. Had the chance to walk around in blue jeans and cowboy boots where nobody knew who I was. And I think I expressed to you after the fact. Matter of fact, I called our chair and said, what a privilege to walk around and talk to faculty and students that are happy and love the university and want to attend. I've never seen more enthusiasm in that area than I did the other day. And I know in an area of an environment of difficult circumstances to create a positive culture, well done. And I want that on the record, well done. And so thank you for doing that. And anyway, so all I want to do is just see you continue to rise. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I actually was going to ask Chancellor to come up and if there's anything that you wanted to say about the project. Chris answered the question that I asked him. He answered it for everyone in terms of how many doors were going to be there. And just for clarification, it is not specifically just for students, but students will have preferential treatment to be able to get that housing. So, yes, sir. Thank you for being here, first of all.
Thank y'all all for considering this proposal. We're pretty excited about what's happening at LSUA. We are the fastest growing in percent growth of any university, four-year university in Louisiana, and we've worked very hard to achieve that. Some of the growing pains you have with that fast of growth is housing for students, and we're losing students now, even though we continue to grow, because of the lack of housing. They want to live on campus, they want to be part of the campus community, and we don't have enough beds now. The waiting list has been, for the last several semesters, up to 150 students that would like to get a room. So we felt this would be the quickest way to address this issue. The golf course is not being utilized by the students. It's a 9-hole golf course. It's been there for a long time. Basically, some of the retirees in the community, are playing it, but we're subsidizing to keep the golf course open, which I feel really bad about because it's, tuition and fees subsidizing the golf course, and housing, I think, better use for the situation that we're faced with. But it's a really good project, I think. Having the priority being students, it'll be gated. We'll do checks on anyone that wants to live there, security checks. And it's something that I think will really help us grow. We are in an agricultural area. I think all of you that have been to LSUA, we're in the middle of an agricultural production area. In fact, the research station is right next door, the Dean Lee. So we don't have a whole lot of attractive retail amenities for our students. And there is one gas station, and they sell a lot of hamburgers there. But we really think that once we get this housing, that we'll get the amenities to come and continue to grow and make the community a better place to be. We have the safest campus. We have no crime. It's really a tremendous, and we have a great police department. So I think it would be a great step forward for Central Louisiana and for the students. And it's becoming the university of choice for Central Louisiana, and we're very proud of that. Mm-hmm. We've added some degrees. In fact, you're going to be hearing about some at your next meeting, I think, that we can ask for your approval because of the demand from the business community. Workforce development is our core, theme, and we're laser focused on that. And we're adding degrees that are really relevant to the community where the jobs are here in Louisiana. And, y'all talk about this all the time, but losing students to Texas really is something we want to reverse. And we're not far from Texas, in Alexandria, so we're really trying to keep them here. But we really appreciate y'all considering the approval of this.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. And yes, sir, Regent Finley.
I have a question, and it may be more a Chris question. This is a new bill, and what have we learned from what we did with the Grambling Library so that we don't see that as we stand this up?
Correct, it is a new bill, but this is not a typical state project like the Grambling one. The Grambling one was, they're basically tied to the low bidder, and, you know, there was issues both from the construction standpoint and from the architect side that caused the issues at Grambling. This one is a little bit different, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they went through an RFQ process to identify the firm, and Duran was selected through that process.
The main difference is, we talked about it before, that Grambling and Southern are stuck to doing the low bid, public bid, and getting the worst results. And LSU has learned to do the joint ventures with the private developers of choice and getting quality best results.
Absolutely. So, yes, sir, Regent Aubrey.
Hey, Chris, just so I understand, this is a private development that will be placed on state land.
Correct.
But the management, so is this common? I know there are land lease agreements and things like that we typically do with the institution's third-party facilities corporation, but this is totally independent. But I heard you say that law enforcement the campus police would patrol and some of those pieces. How are we managing, and maybe that's in an agreement, but how are we managing the risk? How are we managing the risk to protect the state from anything that may happen, whether it's foreclosure, selling of the property, a maintenance? You know, a lot of developers get it rented up to a certain point, occupied, and then they'll flip it and do things. How that control, since we are hands off from the deal?
Okay, I'm gonna let Patrick Martin speak to that from LSU.
Thank you, Mr. Aubrey. I'm Patrick Martin. I'm the Assistant Vice President for Real Estate and Public Partnerships at LSU. Thank you for your kind words about our housing program, Mr. Pryor. We worked really hard at that. Regent Aubrey, this is, as Mr. Herring said, a little bit of a hybrid thing. We're protected in a number of ways. From a security standpoint, we're working with the developer on the design of fencing and access and what roads kind of can go directly from the housing into campus or not, balancing convenience of those students who wind up living there versus if they're non-students there, making it a little more difficult for them to access. In terms of things like risk of foreclosure, one of the standard provisions we have in all of our leases, long-term ground leases of this nature, is a requirement that it can be used for this purpose and only this purpose. And if it is taken over by a bank or something like that in a foreclosure, it remains subject to those lease terms. The bank can now run it, but they have to run it for the same purpose, period, right? With the protections for the students, the preferences for the students and whatnot. So that's the main way we protect against that risk.
So if there's ever a situation that we would have conflict, because you said the people who will be there, it is on the campus.
Yes.
Technically.
It is technically on the campus.
So if there was a situation where there's a change of ownership or some things happening there, they tried to change the whatever.
Right.
How do you gain it? Most of the ones, again, that I'm familiar with, if they go far out of it legally, you can acquire.
You can.
Yeah.
If the conditions get so bad, there are provisions in the lease that would allow us to take measures to say you're in default of certain conditions of the lease. And then also, the ultimate protection is if the relationship goes south, if it is no longer serving the students. And I'll give you an example. We had up at LSU Shreveport, we had some mid-1990s.
I'm familiar with it.
Right? So I was instrumental in taking that over 5 or 6 years ago, where we had extensive negotiations, where we put a lot of pressure on the developer they weren't raking in money, but they were comfortable enough that they didn't want to cooperate with us, and we put a lot of pressure on them to sell us at a much more advantageous rate than was called for in the contract, so that we could take that over and put it under the management of the university itself. And that program now is very successful in a way that it was not under the private ownership. Now, the relationship was fine with the developer for 20 years, and then it just started not performing. And so that's, what the fundamental purpose, obviously, as the Chancellor said, this is to serve the students, the needs of the students, and to increase the desirability of LSUA to attract students. It's not without any risk at all, but we believe we've mitigated those risks in an appropriate way, and this is a chance that's worth taking.
Will the management company that they hire, since we're going to be policing it, through our auxiliary, will that be a fee, a service provided?
If I remember correctly, and Mr. Thaxton maybe can help me on the details, there are two requirements. One, because this is state-owned land, LSU PD has jurisdiction, and so the LSU Alexandria Police Department will be able to make any arrests or anything like that. There's also a requirement, if I remember correctly, that the developer provide security as well as may be necessary in the circumstances, which would then be done at their expense. We wouldn't get paid to provide the law enforcement presence, because that's what police do, but if they needed extra security, whether they hired LSU PD officers for extra duty or hired private security officers, that would be a responsibility for them, because they have an obligation in the lease to provide security that protects, kind of spill over into LSUA.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so you've heard the recommendations. Is there a motion to approve?
I so move.
All right, thank you, Regent Aubrey, Regent Finley. Any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item 5.
Regent Glazer. It was Regent Glazer.
Oh, I saw a hand up. I was rolling. My bad. All right, so don't worry. Several of them down there have already done that. So item 5 involves land acquisition by LSU Health Sciences Center for New Orleans through a cooperative endeavor agreement. Mr. Herring, please proceed.
Yes, sir. This project was submitted by the LSU Board of Supervisors on behalf of LSU Health Sciences Center New Orleans. The LSU Health Foundation in New Orleans acquired several years ago 7 properties that are located adjacent to the institution. They were originally purchased by the foundation at the desire of Health Science Center New Orleans. Over time, it's been decided that the institution would be better suited owning these properties to allow the foundation to focus the funds that are currently dedicated towards debt service and maintenance of the sites, to free that up to be devoted directly to fundraising efforts, which will in turn benefit the institution. So the cooperative endeavor agreement here would permit LSU Health Sciences Center New Orleans to purchase these 7 properties from the foundation. The transaction cost is approximately $5.1 million. The funds will be coming from Health Science Center New Orleans surplus dollars in their current budget, and the purchase price is approximately $2 million over the appraised value. The reason being for that, the foundation took out a commercial loan when they purchased these properties many years ago, and the excess price being paid is to cover the debt service and interest, the closing costs, annual maintenance fees, everything, all costs that's been associated with the properties since the original purchase by the foundation. And the benefits of this transaction are threefold. It will allow and provide much needed room for growth for Health Science Center New Orleans. It will allow the LSU system to directly control these properties, and again, as I mentioned, it will free up funds the foundation has been dedicating to debt service and maintenance to go directly towards fundraising efforts that will in turn benefit the institution. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we recommend approval of this item.
All right. Seeing no questions, you heard the recommendations. Is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve. All right. Motion by Regent Reeves, seconded. All right. Regent Sterling. She was raising her hand like this. All right. Any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Is there any other business to come before this committee?
No, sir.
All right. Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? Reeves and Sterling.
Yes.
We are adjourned. We already had lunch, so we're moving on.
Next up is the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Sterling, please call your committee to order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call the Academic and Student Affairs Committee to order. Dr. Denley, please call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Regent Sterling.
Here.
Regent Aubrey.
Here.
Regent Creed.
Here.
Regent Glazier.
Here.
Regent Meyer.
Here.
Regent Shamia.
Here.
Regent Orr. LCTCS representative. LSU representative. Southern representative. UL System representative. You have a quorum.
Awesome. I was worried there for a minute.
Sorry, let me catch up.
We'll
on
now
the
move
slides.
to item number 3, the consent agenda. Dr. Denley, please proceed.
Yeah, so today we have a consent agenda that consists of the establishment of 2 post-baccalaureate certificates, a degree designation change, a request to offer an existing program online, and then 1 program reconfiguration. And so senior staff recommends approval of those items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Regents, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Regent Creed, second by Regent Arbery. Any discussion, any questions?
Tristan.
Sure.
Seeing these and just recognizing some of the structural thing, and I may have missed it. I've done a lot since our last meeting. I think we missed a month. I don't recall UNO in their restructurings of the colleges and things. Did we do those?
So I believe that the way that they chose to restructure did not require our approval, just because of the way that the details were done. That's at least my
It
understanding.
just sounds very similar, changing colleges, merging colleges. That's I know that was in your study.
Yes.
It showed that, but it didn't require.
Well, we can certainly take a look just to make sure that that something wasn't inadvertently done
Okay.
outside of our agreement. So I will certainly make sure that we do that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Is there, so we'll proceed with our motion to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Now moving on to item 4, academic programs. Dr. Denley, please continue.
Thank you so much. Yes, so today we have 4 new academic programs for your consideration. So the first is an associate degree in cybersecurity and information assurance at Nunez Community College. So this is part of, as you know, a sort of multi-year strategy for us to be able to build capacity specifically in cyber education across the full spectrum of our institutions. This program at Nunez is actually built on the model of a very successful program at Bossier Parish Community College, and actually also proposes to utilize the new resource that we have across the state, the Louisiana Cyber Academy. So I don't believe that I've talked about that with this body before, but just about a year ago, we began the creation of the Louisiana Cyber Academy. This is a cooperative academic arrangement initially with 6 institutions involved. That way they are able to get an economy of scale in providing cyber instruction across all 6 of those institutions. The 6 are Bossier Parish Community College, Grambling, LSU Shreveport, Nichols, Southern University New Orleans, and Baton Rouge Community College. 3 of those institutions have already cyber instruction and cyber programs. The other 3 do not, and so you can imagine that by them being able to offer these fully online introductory courses in cyber, that those institutions are then able to realize a very significant economy of scale. I'm happy to tell you that the first courses in the Louisiana Cyber Academy began actually earlier last week. We had 140 students who are currently enrolled in sections of an introduction to Python and in an introduction to cybersecurity. Seems to be a very significant demand, and so I know we're very excited that the Nunez Community College would like to join that happy throng. I think it really will be a very significant resource going forward. So that is the new program in cybersecurity. Along the way, those students will, of course, earn other stackable industry-based certifications that are embedded within that associate degree. And so that's an important feature of all of these cyber programs. The next 2 programs in many ways go together. I know that I don't need to persuade you that Louisiana needs additional capacity in being able to deal with ongoing disasters. I know we would all long to have a situation where such a thing were something maybe we could export that kind of expertise to other states, but as things currently stand, we do on an ongoing and sadly a regular basis need to have the capacity to be able to help people cope with disasters of all kinds. And so these 2 programs, one in disaster management and one in fire and emergency services administration at Louisiana Monroe and Louisiana State University A&M, really are in many ways twin pillars to being able to provide that support. You should look forward to another program similarly at another institution coming at a forthcoming meeting. But this is an intentional strategy on our part across the state to build exactly that capacity. The program at University of Louisiana Monroe provides exactly the expertise, as the name suggests, precisely in how it is that one goes about in an ordered fashion managing a disaster and managing all of the various different approaches to being able to deal with the aftermath of a disaster. The program at LSU A&M really trains people to be structural fire engineers. How do they understand, both from a preventative perspective and also from an after-the-fact perspective, how it is that one can, in the future or afterwards, deal with the aftermath or preventative measures for a fire. And so those are those 2 bachelor's degree programs. The program at LSU has the interesting subtlety that actually builds from a 2-year degree at LSU Eunice. They already have an AAS degree in fire science, and so actually this 4-year program at LSU A&M allows that 2-year associate degree at LSU Eunice to fully transfer over to them and then allow people to continue that study to round it out to a 4-year degree. Then the last program for today is a master's degree in cognitive science there at Louisiana Tech. So this is an interdisciplinary master's degree that really trains people and equips them with all kinds of skills around research design, statistical analysis, programming, and other kinds of cognitive concepts. It really allows people to specialize in just a really wide variety of different areas: cognitive psychology, computational psychology, engineering psychology, human factors, behavioral neuroscience, social neuroscience, linguistics, learning sciences, and of course, you can well imagine that all of the different ways in which all kinds of cognitive understanding can just be incredibly useful, both from a research perspective, but also from a design perspective when you're trying to create user interfaces, ways in which people interact with all kinds of technology. And so this is, I think, a very exciting program at Louisiana Tech. And so with that, senior staff recommend the approval of these academic programs as presented.
Thank you very much. Sounds like a great program. Particularly excited about the sharing of resources in the cyber world. Are there any questions for Dr. Denley? Regents, you've heard the recommendations from senior staff. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Reed and Aubrey. Any further questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Is there any other business for us, Dr. Denley?
Yes, ma'am. I do want to give an update on the progress of the low-producing program review. But before I do that, I do want to recognize those campus representatives who are in the audience today. They come down every month to make sure that if you do have questions for their programs, that I can phone a friend, and there are people here. But I want to make sure that we recognize that they are here, and was very much valued there.
Thank you so much.
Knowing that I have a cloud of witnesses behind me is always a very good thing. So I do want to just to close things out. As you know, we have an ongoing low-producing program review, asking campuses to take a really good, hard look at the programs that they have who have not, in the recent past anyway, been meeting those graduation thresholds. What I'm happy to tell you is, or perhaps happy is the wrong word, but it has certainly been a productive review. 21 of those programs have now campuses are beginning to take steps for those programs to be terminated. And so that is, as you might say, the part of the great rhythm of the existence of programs. That programs, you've just approved 4 new programs that are at the beginning of their lives. Sadly, sometimes programs come to the end of their useful lives, and we certainly value the fact that campuses are taking seriously that overall program management. Just to put this in perspective now, every September you approve the new set of academic program plans that campuses put in place as part of that planning, and actually that process has just begun again for this year. As part of that planning, we ask campuses at that point to tell us about programs that they are planning to bring to an end. Last September, you approved 21 other programs for termination at that point. This new set you will begin to see in the coming months. As you might imagine, bringing a program to closure is not a flick the switch kind of process. Sometimes there are teach-out plans that need to be enacted. Sometimes there are approvals that have to happen at various management boards, or even contractual arrangements that campuses need to have in place. So this will happen over those coming months. Look to see on coming agendas. We will make sure that there is an item so you will see those terminations as they go through. But it will also be the case that come September, you will see a new batch of programs, I'm sure, that also, as part of this year's academic planning process, that would also be recommended for termination. So please do know that as well as bringing these new programs, campuses are taking very seriously that sort of life cycle of programs. Important for you to know that. So with that, I think that's all my business. Thank you.
All right, thank you for leading that important work. As you said, there are new programs being developed, but there are others that have served their useful life. Regents, any questions?
No, I think that's, every month we're approving, and that is good. The institutions are taking a look at what's needed, how it's aligned with workforce. It's in the regions, like we went through that exercise, but I think also in today's environment, of making sure that we're being responsive to the taxpayers if there are low-performing programs, or if they have challenges, whatever they may be. We also must be good stewards and look for opportunities to encourage institutions to collaborate, consolidate, or collapse those programs. So I think that is very healthy for us to undertake that exercise. So I really, really want to look forward to that meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, any other comments? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Aubrey, second. Creed? All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We are adjourned. Madam Chair.
All right. Next up is the Research and Sponsored Initiatives Committee. Regent Finley, will you please call your committee to order?
I'd like to call the Research and Sponsored Initiatives Committee to order. Ms. Robinson, will you call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Regent Finley?
Here.
Regent Pryor? Here. Regent Glazer? Here. Regent Hickson? Here. Regent May? Regent Schmidt?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Next up on the agenda, or first up on the agenda, is the appointment of the endowed chair holder without a national search. at Loyola University in New Orleans, Louisiana. It is the appointment again without a national search. Ms. Robinson, will you go ahead and share information and proceed?
Yes, we've received a request from Loyola University New Orleans to appoint an endowed chairholder for the Gaston Chair in Entrepreneurship without a national search. Loyola proposes to appoint their current dean of the business school, who is Dr. Bobby Savoy. Dr. Savoy not only has academic credentials, he also is a serial entrepreneur and perfectly positioned to lead this new direction for Loyola, and the senior staff recommends approval.
And Ms. Robinson, I just want to, for our new regent's sake, remind the board that in August of 2024, we clarified our requirements regarding internal appointments. And one of the requirements is that we seek documentation verifying the internal appointment to fulfill those goals, and that's all been done in this particular case.
That has all been done. In addition, campuses are now capped on the number of these requests that they can submit in a given year, and this is Loyola's first request.
Thank you. Members, you've heard the recommendation of the senior staff related to the approval of Loyola University's request to waive the national search requirement for their appointment. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
It's been moved by Regent Hickson. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Regent Glacier. Any discussion?
I do.
Okay. Regent Pryor?
This might be for our, for Dr. Hunter Reed to explain. I'm an old board member. How does a private school like Loyola, how do we have to, like, I would usually be against, and I've been against before, the waiving national search requirements, but that was with public universities where there's been some issues. How is the, do we exert that over private institutions who they hire for their chairs and things like that?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Regent Pryor. So the guidelines around the chair sit with the Board of Regents because of the support fund. And public and private institutions have access to those dollars. So whatever the policies and laws are around those dollars would require them to come to us because they're using those funds.
Okay, thank you.
And the provision for private institutions to participate in all support fund programs is in the Constitution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Regent Pryor. Are there any other questions? Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Ayes. Any opposed? Say nay. The motion passes. Is there any other business to come before this committee, Ms. Robinson?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
One question I do, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Regent Aubrey?
I know the big election this Saturday,
Yes, sir.
that support fund, if amendment number 2 passes, the support fund will be phased out or will go away, right?
It is repealed effective immediately.
But it will go,
Yes, yes, but it will not be phased, it will not be phased out in terms of provision of new monies. We are working with the Division of Administration and with legislators to determine the position of existing grants and contracts that have already begun, as well as federal matching dollars that have been obligated, and the position of approximately $60 million in endowments that the donors have given with the expectation of match.
right. But once we get that settled, we will not have that program available for institutions to apply for those matching dollars.
That is correct.
Once we get through that.
That's correct.
And 60 million is what's in the hopper of?
Right. We went to all of the systems and requested that they get a complete list of all donor contributions that have been given either in whole or in part that expect to receive match.
Okay.
And we have a complete list of those. I think it's 468 donor requests awaiting match.
So I just share that because I think, and I probably should have asked that during the legislative, but that's going to be critical because a lot of those institutions have depended on those dollars to bolster their endowments.
Yes, sir. And I would add, we are finishing reports right now for funding recommendations in the event that the vote does not go through on Saturday. We have to be ready. We usually release funding recommendations in early April. So we are going forward with those reports. If the vote does pass, we will make sure that every applicant to our grant programs receives their feedback from our external consultants. So no one will be left wondering how their proposal was received.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, and there's no additional business to come before this committee, is there a motion to adjourn? It's been moved by Regent Glacier, seconded by Regent Hickson. Any additional discussion? No additional questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Statewide Programs Committee. Regent Pryor, will you please call your committee to order?
Yes, I'd like to call the Statewide Programs Committee to order. Dr. Boutte, will you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Okay. Chair Pryor.
Here.
Vice Chair Misti.
Here.
Regent May. Regent Oliver Reeves.
Here.
Regent Sterling.
Here.
Regent Orr.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Okay. Our first action is item number 3 on the consent agenda. Dr. Boutte, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. We will do all of the consent agenda items and approval in globo. Is that okay, Chair? Okay. All right, the first consent agenda item is approval of final rulemaking. This is for a category of TOPS exceptions called financial circumstances. For those of you that are new to the board, generally when a student says that financial circumstances prevented them from meeting TOPS requirements, it's usually the financial circumstances of the family, like that family's business closed or someone lost a job. This exception, we're now seeing students have financial circumstances that are independent of their families. Like, let's say a student has a parent that is incarcerated. That parent cannot help that student. So you cannot take that financial circumstance into consideration. So this is final rulemaking. We did consult with the Louisiana Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators and our advisory board, and they gave us the fact that they wanted to have the students do conditions to say, if we give you an exception for this financial circumstance, you have to come up with a plan that says how you're going to overcome this to continue to enroll. So they were okay with this addition of this provision. So this is final rule for this. The second consent agenda item is for approval of TOPS home study exceptions. Again, for new members, this is a student has to, in the law, begin home study no later than the end of the 10th grade, which in fact means the beginning of the 11th or 12th grade. So say a student is in a state-approved home study program and they don't start it until the middle of the 11th grade, or they start it as a senior in high school in 12th grade. Before the law gave us this provision, those students were ineligible for TOPS. Students had severe illnesses such as cancer. We had students who had severe bullying. We had students who had severe mental health issues where attending a regular brick and mortar school was not feasible for them. Before this provision, we had no ability to grant an exception. Now we do. We've had for several years. There are 2 exceptions that the advisory board has recommended approval of. And the third and final consent agenda item is your regular TOPS exceptions. So if you are a student, you have to maintain continuous enrollment and you have to earn the required credit hours of 24 hours during the academic year. Students that have exceptions that come to you are what we call subjective exceptions. The objective exceptions that we have standard pat rules for. You needed maternity leave. You needed paternity leave. You got hurt. You got this. That's cut and dry. Those do not come to you. That's an internal committee of LOSFA that approves those.
These are, I affectionately like to say that what had happened was, so they do not fit a certain model or a certain rule. They are all over the members. They've heard it before, but for those of you that have not, the student had ants in their apartment that they were renting. The ants were this long, and they sent us pictures of the ants, and they were everywhere. The place was infested with them. So the student could not continue to live there, did not live within commuting distance of the school, so therefore had to withdraw because they couldn't find another place to stay. Now, there's really no hard and fast rules for that. You have to see that documentation and go, I wouldn't stay there either. That's really kind of one of the most, wow, didn't think we would see that again, and we haven't. So these come to you. There are 10 in this particular session, and for each of these, the LOSFA Advisory Board, which is for those of you that are new, that's comprised of members. We have a private school counselor, secondary counselor. We have a public school secondary counselor, and we have representatives from each higher education system, as well as from the BESI board or the Department of Education. So you have a group of practitioners on this who review these from a very different perspective, which is the perspective that you want. So they recommend approval of these, and then we bring them to you. So LOSFA Advisory Board has recommended approval of each consent agenda item.
So on number A, about the home study exceptions, can you go over that again?
Yes, sir, I sure can. You mean B or?
About the, if
Home
a
study?
student does a home study, when
Yes,
can
sir.
they be eligible for TOPS?
So if a student is in a state-approved home study program, that student can attain eligibility for TOPS. But the statute says that that student has to begin that state-approved home study program no later than the end of the 10th grade. So that means all of 11th grade and all of 12th grade. If under certain circumstances that student has where they can't meet that criteria, like that student became critically ill, that student couldn't be, in other words, they had to start home study in, let's say they got cancer, right? This is a real case.
Pregnant or-
And maybe they got it in the middle of the 11th grade. Well, then they would have been in a public school or a private school before. They wouldn't have been in home study. Now they do need home study. But there's no way that that student would have been able to meet the provision to be in home study for the full 2 years. So these exceptions are students that could not meet that full 2 years. They have to provide documentation to us. It goes through an internal committee at LOSFA, then it goes to our LOSFA Advisory Board, and if they approve it, then it comes to you.
Okay. All right.
Questions?
Let's see. So do you have a recommendation?
Yes, sir, we do. The LOSFA Advisory Board has approved each of these consent agenda items and recommends your approval.
Okay. And to the members of the committee, you've heard the recommendation of the LOSFA Advisory Board. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? The motion by Ms. Kennedy, second by Ms. Sterling. Seconded by Ms. Sterling. Any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The motion does pass. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, motion by Ms. Reeves. Is there a second? Motion by Dr. Shamia. Any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. We are adjourned.
All right, next up is Planning, Research, and Performance Committee. Regent Muir, please call your committee to order.
I'd like to call the Planning, Research, and Performance Committee to order. Craig, if you get settled, we'll call the roll.
Yes, sir. Regent Meyer?
Present.
Regent Williams-Brown?
Here.
Regent David, Regent Glazer, Regent Hickson,
Here.
Regent Reeves, Regent Orr. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. We will now move to item number 3, the consent agenda. Dr. Craig, please proceed.
Yes, today for you, we have one item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. We are bringing to you recommendations from the Advisory Council on Proprietary Schools from their January 2025 meeting. These recommendations include 2 initial license applications. The first one is Orphic Training Academy from Shreveport, Louisiana. Orphic Training Academy is allied health and provides programs on a phlebotomy tech, clinical medical assistant, and EKG tech. And then we have phlebotomy training specialist in Elmwood, Louisiana. This will be their second location in Louisiana. In addition, we've got 12 renewal applications that you will see here on the screen. And senior staff recommends approval of the items on the consent agenda.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Craig. Members, you've heard the recommendation from Dr. Craig. Are there any questions on readiness? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Okay, we have a motion from Regent Williams-Brown and a second from Regent Glazer to approve the consent agenda. Any questions or readiness? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Ayes have it. We move on to other business. Any other business?
No, sir.
Okay, no other business. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Regent Hickson, second by Regent Glazer. Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn it over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay. I'd like to call the March Board of Regents meeting to order. Members, remember we're being live streamed, so you'll need to turn on your microphones when you're being recognized and speak directly into the microphone so our virtual audience can hear you. We will now move to call the roll. Doreen, please call the roll.
Regent Aubrey.
Here.
Regent Cordell.
Here.
Regent Creed.
Here.
Regent David. Regent Finley.
Here.
Regent Glazer.
Here.
Regent Hickson.
Here.
Regent May. Regent Meir.
Present.
Regent Orr. Regent Pryor. Regent Reeves. Regent Shamia.
Here.
Regent Sterling.
Here.
Regent Temple. Regent Williams-Brown.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right. Next up are public comments. Are there any public comments?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none, I'll ask for any additional public comments to be under other business. Members, you received a copy of the January 28th, 2025 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Aubrey, seconded by Regent Hickson. Any discussion? Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion has it. Next up is our momentum moment. Last year, we heard about the nearly 5-fold increase in student success for those taking co-requisite math courses in 2023 and 2024. We are very proud of that, and now there's great news resulting from these campus reforms as they continue. Dr. Tristan Denley remains a critical champion to this work as we focus on scaling co-requisite math and now co-requisite English across the state as well. Dr. Denley, please tell us about the results and introduce your guest.
I will do so. Thank you so much. Yeah, so as the chair mentioned, we have been now about scaling co-requisite for several years. Last fall, in fall 2023, and then academic year 23-24, we fully scaled math co-requisite. And the baseline success rate that we had from success rates for people who began in standalone developmental education was right at 11%. 11% of students who began in standalone developmental education ever completed their credit-bearing math class. As you see, last year we increased that 11% to 52. At the time when I came to present this, I said 52 is great, 52 is almost 5 times better, and we'll be very happy with that. But we still want to do better. And so you see right here in fall of 2024, It is already the case that our campuses have already met that 52%. There have been substantial improvements from the first year's implementation, and so we've already reached that 52, and so of course the spring is yet to come, and so we expect that 52 to go even higher, and I'll be very happy to come back in the spring and tell you how that plays out. Similarly, this last fall, as well as fully implementing math, we also fully implemented co-requisite English. And so it is now the case across the state of Louisiana that standalone developmental education no longer exists at all in math or in English. Again, we saw a very substantial increase. The baseline that we had for students who began in developmental English was 12%, a little bit better than the math, but not so much. We've improved that 12% to, as you see, 60%. So just an enormous thank you to all of the hundreds of faculty and staff that there are across the state who have brought this to bear. It is the English and math faculty who have made this happen, but it is far from only the English and math faculty. It is a full court press to make all this happen. Registrars, advisors, all of the faculty, all of the staff, and so just an enormous big thank you to that. But I'm very happy to have Dr. Sorensen join us today, because one of the campuses that has seen very substantial improvements that have led to so many of these things is LSU Eunice, and so I really wanted to let her tell you about that.
Thank you, Dr. Dinley. It's an honor to be here today to talk about the progress that we've had with co-requisites and some other things that we're doing at LSUE. So when Dr. Dinley asked me to be at the Momentum moment, we are thrilled because Dr. Dinley visited our campus last year and talked with our English and math faculty. Our math faculty, quite honestly, were discouraged at the first year of implementation. At the low completion rates that we had, they felt bad about themselves. They felt bad for our lack of student success. But within that visit and then the following year, they really came together as a group, and I'll share with you kind of the hows of how we got there. But when we just had these results available, I immediately sent them to Dr. Kim Hunter-Reed and Dr. Dinley, as well as President Tate, to be able to demonstrate these outcomes, because accountability and outcomes are essential, in the work that we do. So I just, okay. Okay, so at a glance, we had a 37.1% increase in overall success in all of our math sections. Our English 101 and 1001T, that is the co-requisite, we're now at a 77.5% success rate in English. We're very proud. English was always the easier lift, for all of us, and it certainly was at our campus. Math has been a challenge for every institution that I've been in. I've lived and worked in 4 states, and math has been the stumbling block for every student in every state. So in addition to this kind of success, we had some other we had some other fall benchmarks. We set benchmarks in number of applications, credit hours, dual enrollment credit hours, our increase in LSU online, our total online, and part-time students. And this spring, we set benchmarks in the number of paid students we had and dual credit hours, online enrollment, total online, and part-time, and then total sections taught. But here's where the fun is. So you can see that we had a total N of 1168 in all algebra sections. Our success rate went up from fall of 2023 to fall of 2024 from 42.9% to 58.8%, and that's a 37.1% increase. In our college-ready math 1015, the success rate went up to almost 68.2%. We're very, very glad to see that, because a lot of institutions, we're also grappling with the effects of COVID, of our students coming in and the learning loss. Our college-ready math 1020 has now at an 84.5% success rate. We're very excited about this, and this is a college algebra class that is taught 5 days a week. So we all know that the longer that we spend on time on task, it does result in better success rates. Students have to practice these problems. And I just heard Dr. Brumley talking about the science of math and the science of reading. It is about practice and repetition and ensuring that our students have these building blocks. In 1021, again, we went from 47.2 to 69.4. In our co-requisite classes, a 32.6% success rate to 39.9, 22.4% success rate. And in the 1021T, 18.5 to now 38.5, which is 100.2%. And then in the last one is an online success rate, and from 9.1 to 50% success rate. So we're not satisfied with where we are. We still have a lot of growth to do, but I'm telling the story of the success of our faculty, of our staff, we have changed the way that we do advising. All of this kind of success really always means a collaboration across the entire campus in the way that we admit students, what we do with them from the moment that they get there. We did things like change orientation. We have bingo workshops throughout the semester of studying tips, all kinds of things that will help them to continue to be successful in academic classes. But our math faculty really feel empowered now that they are able to change the teaching pedagogy. They're able to achieve success. They have monthly meetings. They take a look at the data. They literally take the class apart in terms of how it's being taught and then make those changes that are necessary to try to increase that success rate. So it's been a heroic effort, you know, on the part of the math faculty, our English faculty, and our advisors. So I'm happy to entertain any questions. So in terms of their success rate from going from co-requisite from traditional developmental education, because like Dr. Denley and we have probably seen every iteration of developmental education in several states across the country. So because of co-requisite math, our students are getting the kind of success rate in one semester that they used to have over having to take 2 or 3 different classes. So we're not happy with 38.5, but the fact that they can do that in one semester, I think, speaks volumes, because the co-requisite model was to cut down the time to degree, to cut down unnecessary expense to the student. Right. And to languish in developmental education is really one of the most disheartening things that a student has to go through. For you.
Yeah. No, just fantastic. I'm looking at the numbers. I do like the heart of the Cajun Prairie.
Yes, thank you.
I saw that. That is great.
Thank you.
But the percent increase is just astounding. I think anybody would be, in any business or wherever you were, if you could get those kinds of numbers, those are stellar. So.
Well, and it is a huge testimony just to the commitment of their faculty, because as Dr. Sorensen said, when Lisa and I went over there, it was a really great meeting. We had a very substantive discussion, but they were somewhat
sad.
They were
sad and discouraged.
They were, but by the end, they could see a way forward, and they have done this work, and as you say, there's more to come. But it's
one of the best things that we did with Dr. Denley's recommendation is that, you know, we had visited other colleges, not necessarily who were doing the co-requisite model, and we went to Amarillo College in Amarillo, Texas, that's had very notable national success. Well, when we met with them, it took them 2 or 3 years to really get solid footing, and they had to work out a lot of issues. They had to change the way they did things in the classroom, but they were able to do something that we really just didn't feel like our students would be able to do, and they required 100% face-to-face. You had to be in person to be in these co-requisite courses. With the rates of poverty in our state and the challenges of working parents and working students, we have them both available in a face-to-face and online program.
Right.
So that also creates another layer of challenge that other colleges that we might want to go and visit didn't necessarily have. So again, I just have nothing but kudos for our faculty who are working diligently. Another great thing our faculty do is that our full-time faculty, they volunteer to tutor their classes. So there are lots of ways that make up a full-time requirement of a faculty's workday. It can be in advising, it can be in other types of service to the college, but they are the ones tutoring their students. The same faculty teaches the regular class and the co-requisite. So that's another thing that we changed when we started out. We had two separate faculty teaching. One was teaching the regular class and one was teaching the co-requisite. And we just realized that that wasn't working. There's not enough time to have the kind of communication and collaboration between those two faculty members because they also have a lot of other classes that they have to teach. So it's those kinds of changes that have really made the difference. Our math faculty meet monthly to discuss progress and to discuss how they can improve. So our English faculty have had an easier time. Our math faculty have had the biggest struggle, but I just wanted to share with you all the kinds of challenges that our faculty have made, but also, you know, deep appreciation for the faculty that are in these areas really trying to crack the hardest nut that we've got to crack, and that is better outcomes in math, leading into better outcomes in STEM, you know, in technical education. I mean, it's all part of one giant integrated milieu that we're trying to promulgate here and to get improvement on.
This work is leading, of course, to national attention. I do want to draw your attention to the story in your packet that appeared in Inside Higher Ed yesterday. This, you know, it's terrific for the country to see just the incredibly impactful work that is happening here in Louisiana, and again, just a tremendous testimony to the commitment of the faculty and the campuses that we have across the state.
I want to also thank you, Tristan, for the work. Nancy, thank you for spotlighting change is really hard.
Yes.
System change is hard, but I do think there is a story to tell and a bright light when you say the faculty were committed and it didn't work. And then we doubled down and it did work.
Yes.
So for you to be able to tell the story of it's more than just the commitment. There's tactical steps that can make a difference for students and faculty. And for your faculty to have walked through that and stayed with it, and your leadership to say, we're going to get this right, and then have these percentage changes and say, we're still not satisfied, we're going to double down from there. I think that's something to celebrate, but also to share. So I'm happy that you are the momentum moment, but I know next week we'll have our Momentum Summit, and you guys will be in the spotlight again, explaining how you did it.
Yes.
Because the warts and all, that journey is how people get better.
Yes. And the great thing about the summit is that our faculty will be there to explain it.
Yes.
And coming from them, it's really so impactful, it's so meaningful. Also happy to just highlight to the board is that we have 3 faculty that are also Momentum Scholars on campus too. So we're very proud of them. One is Bridget Thibodeau. She's in our radiologic technology program. We have Dr. Summer Ford. She is a psychology professor, and Robert Jones, Dr. Robert Jones, who is an English faculty. And so we also, that's another example of campus buy-in of what we need to do, why we need to get better, and just their commitment to student success. So thank you for that Momentum Scholar program. We're very much looking forward to it, and we're very much looking forward to the Ascendium project, next week.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Denley and Dr. Sorensen. Kudos to you and your faculty for your commitment. This is such a great success, and we're so proud that you came and shared that with us today.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, next we will vote on all the committee reports and recommendations in globo. However, if any board member wishes to take up any of the committee reports separately, please let me know and we can consider those individually. Is there anyone who wishes to take up any committee reports separately? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve all of the committee recommendations from today's committee meeting?
Motion to approve those.
Regent Hickson and Temple. Any discussions, any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Now we move on to the chair's comments. At our last meeting in January, we highlighted experiences of students and Regent staff who visited Washington, D.C. with our congressional delegation. One of our own, Kennedy Orr, had an incredible opportunity to return to D.C. earlier this month to attend the President's joint address to Congress as a guest of Representative Cleo Fields. What a fantastic experience. With that, I will turn it over to Regent Orr to share more in her report.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I almost forgot about that, how much has been going on in the past month. So thank you for reminding me. I did have that amazing opportunity, and it was very interesting and insightful to just be in the Capitol at full swing from a very early 6 a.m. flight to getting to D.C. and just kind of living the life of a congressperson. So very exciting, being there all day and all night, and just watching the Capitol, how they move and just go on about their day-to-day operations. So it was a really insightful experience. I was accidentally called a congresswoman, and were like, "Congresswoman, come up." I'm like, "Oh, I'm not an elected official." But yeah, maybe I said, well, you know, thank you for that vision into the future. I could get used to that. So that was really an exciting moment, a positive moment. I also wanted to touch on the COSP student body presidents. They had their call with CBS David Bugan. I hope I'm not saying his name wrong. Begno. Yes. So they had that call. Our next COSP meeting is coming up April 11th through the 12th here in Baton Rouge at LSU. So very excited for that. Last month I had the opportunity to finally visit Grambling's digital library. So that was amazing. Beautiful building. So very excited for them and that. We had our MLK Unity event at LSU this year with LSU, A&M, and BRCC student body presidents. So we had that event together. It was really special. And I'm excited to participate in the student panel at the Momentum Summit next week on the 3rd. And the ULL, SLCC, and LSU E presidents will be joining me on that panel. So super excited for that. And yeah, so that was more on the positive note of everything. I know that the elephant in the room regarding the passing of Caleb Wilson due to a hazing incident, very hurtful experience, and no words can put into what it was like to have to deal with that as the student body president at Southern. I wouldn't wish this experience on any student body president, on any university, organization, and very unfortunate that this happened. It should not have happened. And I just want to speak on the fact of how important it is to be proactive in everything that we do. And, you know, I hate when people point fingers at, you know, a sole entity or certain people. I think it was just the table fell on everybody. And it's important that as a board and as an institution, as student organizations, you know, hazing is not something that everybody is oblivious to. People may not know the true definition of it or what constitutes for hazing and what doesn't. And there are some things that people just don't even know that, oh, I participated in hazing or I was hazed. They just don't know. So I think taking the proper steps to educate everybody, as discussed, that starting at, you know, the junior high level and explaining to them what that means is very, crucial. I think that's something that will be very helpful as we start planning the steps forward on how to address this issue. And, you know, standardized hazing protocols, I mean, they go through the trainings, but, you know, anybody goes through a training and stuff still happens. So it's all about what are the consequences. Are we holding everybody accountable and sticking to the policies and procedures that are written and updating the policies and procedures? You know, this has been a very rough time for my university, given everything that we, you know, all the good things that we had going on for us in January, early February. You know, we were on top of the world. And to see it all come crashing down so fast was, you know, not something that you could really just put into words. So I hope that as we try to move forward and regain our sense of excitement and pride, I think, like, you know, just preparing the incoming leaders to be ready to not only tackle these types of things, because hopefully it doesn't ever happen again, but you just never know. It can be anybody. It could be any institution. It could be any organization. It could be a sport, a band, student organization. It doesn't matter. So I just want everybody to remember that as, you know, you have your conversations. Remember, there is still a grieving family out there. There's still a grieving community. And that this is, you know, as I said in my speech at his funeral, he is more than a headline, more than a topic, more than an example. That was somebody's child, that was somebody's friend, cousin, brother. And so, you know, we want to honor his life in the best way possible, but we want to make sure that nothing ever happens to another bright scholar like that again. So thank you all for your support and kind words to myself, to my institution, and I look forward to being part of future discussions to help address this issue so that we can move forward as a state. I'm very happy that Louisiana has taken a hard stance on hazing, and I hope that continues. So thank you all so much. And yeah.
Thank you, Congresswoman Orr. I just want you to know that when I first joined, I had no idea. I knew you were young because you are young. I had no idea that you were the student representative. So you carry yourself so well, you are wise beyond your years, and for someone who is older, it is refreshing for me to see young people that are so well-defined, so wonderful. You know, it's an encouragement for me.
Thank you so much.
So very proud of you.
Thank you.
Kennedy, thank you so much for your kind words, and just know that our hearts do go out to you, the system, their school, as well as the family. And these are discussions that we've talked about them since it's happened. We've been in frequent discussions and will continue to be in many discussions. We do expect some legislative action on the hazing during this session, and just know that we as Regents will be doing, we honor this student, and we are diligent to make sure that this does not happen again. So thank you again for your comments. Next up, we're going to talk about our Regents, Regent Glazier. I'm so upset that I was not able to attend the 82nd Annual Livestock and Poultry Show at Southern Ag. I was a 4-H kid, and I was really looking forward to it, and I will definitely be there next time. But Regent Glazier joined the joined Commissioner Reed at the Livestock and Poultry Show on March 1st. Regent Glazier, who, as you know, is a Point Coupé farmer, he had the opportunity to meet students dedicated to raising and caring for various breeds of farm animals. So, and this was something that he also did as a youngster. Southern University remains the only 1890 land-grant institution that continues to hold a livestock show, an event that instills responsibility, leadership, and entrepreneurship skills in our youth. Regent Glazier, I hope you enjoyed your time at Southern Ag. I'm so glad that you are here and representing our agriculture community. It's very, very important work. And Commissioner Reed even reported that you taught her a lot about livestock, so she learned something new also. Do you have any comments about your time? Do you
Well,
want to tell us what you learned?
I did have to say that you haven't really lived and attended a livestock show unless you sit with Regent Glacier, because every time I'd say, well, what kind of cow was that? And what about this? He'd say he had all the answers. But I do want to say this. You know, the board members are very busy, but when you have a Regent, and so many of you are this example, when he came to the livestock show, he talked to every student, every parent, saw every animal, watched them give awards to every student who won, and then they auctioned off, right, every animal that was there. He spent the whole time taking pictures, talking to family members, engaging with them, so I'm just really, really grateful for that. I learned a lot, but it was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Y'all aren't going to get to have that fun without me next time. I'm crashing your party. Also, speaking of leadership and excellence, congratulations to Fletcher Technical Community College for winning the National Bellwether Award for Excellence in Planning, Governance, and Financial, and Finance in that category. This prestigious award recognizes Fletcher's innovative college scorecard, which has significantly enhanced institutional planning and accountability. One of the most coveted national awards for the community college is the Bellwether Award. This highlights initiatives that can be replicated nationwide, reinforcing the impact of data-driven approaches to student success and financial sustainability. Well done, Chancellor Strickland and Fletcher. Thank you so much for your hard work. And last but not least, our Around the World tour, or Around the State tour. One of my requests after becoming chair, since I felt like I was on the fast track here, was a request to Regents to help me be able to set up tours so that I could go and visit each and every institution in our state. And boy, have I gotten an education. I felt in order to serve this board well, I needed to know my customer. I needed to know what was out there. I needed to know what we didn't know. And the commissioner and some of the regents have joined me, and boy, it's been quite eye-opening. We've toured the Northeast Louisiana schools and also the New Orleans metro area. We toured both medical schools, LSU Shreveport as well as LSU New Orleans. And these visits provided valuable insight into the institution's successes and also their challenges, as well as how they wrap around with the communities that they serve. And hearing directly from the students has been one of the most gratifying things to me. Their insight and letting us know where we can meet them where they are has really sparked a lot of conversation, and it's led to a few bills that we are even presenting now. One of the things that really shocked me was the students, one of the med students was like, I made it to med school, but I probably could have made much better grades in high school if someone had approached me between the ages of 6th grade and 8th grade about what I want to be when I grow up. So we think so often, I know I do, you want to start talking about college once your student hits high school, but really it starts so much sooner than that. And teaching students to dream again, what do you want to be when you grow up? Look at these opportunities that are out there. Who would have ever thought in North Louisiana we would have a meta facility with cyber and AI? I mean, we're mostly ag and oil and hospitals and teaching, so this is huge, and there's constantly opportunities that are coming to our state, and we hope that they keep coming. And making sure that we get those opportunities in front of our students sooner than later, it really does make a difference, and we heard that from our students. We'll continue our tour in April in Lafayette, and then we're going to take a pause during the summer, and the chair's going to try to catch her breath. But I was happy to have Regent Sterling and Meyer join me in New Orleans. Having their insight in New Orleans, especially when we were able to tour the UNO campus, was very insightful as well. There's a lot of pride around that university. There's a lot of community support, and it's definitely, the students were, echo Regent Sterling's comments about the students. Boy, they were amazing, and letting them have that opportunity to attend a college like UNO, that's something that we certainly want to honor our students and make sure that we continue that. Our commitment to student success continues next week as we head to Lafayette for the 3rd Annual Statewide Momentum Summit on April 2nd and 3rd. This convening brings together faculty, administrators, and higher education leaders from all of Louisiana's public, 2-year, and 4-year institutions. I'm looking forward to seeing the work in action at the Cajun Dome as we focus on critical work to reach and exceed, and we're going to exceed, Louisiana's 60% credential attainment goal among working age adults by 2030. I'm excited to learn more about the framework and see all of our institutions come together in Lafayette and learn more about the Momentum initiative and how we can keep making it better. If your schedule allows, I would love to have our regents come join us. Again, the more we get out and we talk to our institutions and our teachers and our students, the more that we learn, and we can be better governance. That concludes my report, and I'm going to hand it over to the commissioner.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thanks all of you. Really appreciate another great meeting. Kennedy, first let me say to you how proud we are of you. I echo what Regent Hickson has said. I've seen Kennedy in some really high notes and some really challenging times. She was perfection, speaking directly with the family, but also speaking at the memorial service. Such grace for such a young person to have to weather so much, and so you know that you have a lot of aunties and uncles on this dais that are with you always, but just very proud of you, Kennedy, so thank you for that. Let's see, we've been, as the chair mentioned, we're heading all around the state of Louisiana. So first up, we were in Shreveport. Shreveport-Bossier Business Alliance does a higher ed summit every year. They bring together legislators, community business leaders, as well as higher education community institutions from the area. So we had a great conversation. We talk about what's happening in higher ed and legislative expectations, but we hear from the institutions about what they're focused on, and from the legislators who you see there, who are talking about their bills and their expectations. So always time well spent for us, and we piggyback that with some visits to campuses in Shreveport. And then, as you all know, I'm kind of partial to dual enrollment, so I appreciate Representative Brass inviting me to West Bank Workforce Training Center. This is River Parish Community College Partnership. So these students, these young men and a few women, are participating as the first dual enrollment class at the West Bank Training Center. It's unique because it's offered for the high school students in the day and adults in the evening at their high school. So they're learning welding and a NUM-P Tech, instrumentation, electrical technology, a lot of programs. So it was great to be there with them. Kennedy already mentioned Begnaud's America. David Begnaud from Lafayette is piloting with Louisiana First, as you all know, an opportunity for students to nominate other students who are making a difference in the lives of others. And he's going to pick up to 5 Louisiana stories to highlight nationally in 2025. So we're very excited to see what happens, but Kennedy's been helping us to share the news with SGA students and others because we have some phenomenal stories to tell, and we're excited to have one of Louisiana's own on the national stage telling the story. So excited about that. And then, of course, as we talk about storytelling, Reading Across America is one of my favorites. So this year we went to the LSU Lab School Daycare Center and the Southern University Child Care Center. So I not only had a chance to read to the most adorable kids ever, but I also had an opportunity to highlight the importance of on-campus childcare for our students and our institutions. So really excited about that, and a big thanks to our team who make it happen each and every day here at the Board of Regents. And then I just want to mention
Commissioner
quickly,
Reed, I think your hat is what made the difference.
Oh.
I love that. That's great.
You got to put it on the side. You'll be sassy.
That looks good.
Right. And then I do want to mention in today's paper there was a reference, a front page article about the state ending FAFSA and the challenges that we see there with less students in high school enrolling in FAFSA. So I will mention that John White was the superintendent who started this high school graduation requirements. The chair and I had a great conversation with Senator Cassidy's staff as the new administration was coming in, and we talked about workforce Pell. And so my prediction is that when Congress passes workforce Pell and it requires FAFSA, then hopefully we'll bring this requirement back, because then you'll need it for technical college, community college, and four-year. 11 states followed Louisiana's lead, and I talked to states and leaders from red states and blue and purple states who are pursuing this policy of adding it in. So I'm hopeful that we will continue to advocate for students to fill out the FAFSA to get access to the dollars that they need to attend our institutions, and hopefully Congress will find a way to pass workforce Pell as well. So just wanted to share all of that. I know it's been a long meeting, but always a great meeting. So Madam Chair, I'll hand it back to you.
All right. Is there any other business to come before the board?
Just had one question.
Sure.
Are we going to proactively, like we've done on occasion through communications, push out the vote from Regents as it relates to University of New Orleans? Is there a proactive engagement or reactive? Do we have a press release going out today or this week relating to that? I mean, I know.
Sir.
So I would just like to encourage that, in addition to offering our support, just something to make sure that it will be ongoing.
Yes, sir.
And that we look to engage additional key stakeholders, including the New Orleans business community, as a part of this transition. I don't want it to be left that it's really just a political request and it's governmental only without. Yes, we talk to students, talking to faculty, but the business community and the workforce community, I really, really wish that we can have some kind of convening that we can talk about how our policy and this transition could be a win-win-win for everybody.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely, we'll do that. Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. All right, members, our next meeting will be April 23rd, starting at 9 a.m. Doreen, do we have any public comments? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Regent Hickson, and seconded by Regent Sterling. Any discussion, any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We are adjourned. 20.